Hello everyone, and you are very warm welcome to this very first live stream on my channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm a Boeing 737 pilot and a member of PMDG's tech team. So we are slowly approaching the release, and I thought many of you have asked for it, so I'm going to do something special today, and that is my very first live stream. A lot of you have told me that they like the content I'm making for my streams, due to the way how I'm making the content, so keeping things professional, talking only when we'd have the time to do so in real life. So I was in a little trouble trying to figure out how to actually do this live stream. So what I've decided on here is I'm going to do this mostly the same way I'm doing my full flight videos, but in cruise flight, or when we are waiting for something for ATC, then I'm going to take a little bit of time trying to answer your questions as they pop up. However, bear with me for not answering everything, for not reacting to everything, because it's just not exactly the style of this channel, and my aim here is to show you how a professional crew would fly these aircraft, and not how a professional entertainer would entertain his audience. All of this said, you're probably going to see me opening some menus and stuff every now and then, and well, as said, first live stream, so I'm a little nervous as well. Alright, could you give me some feedback in the comments, please? If you can hear me properly, if you have good visuals, and if there is anything you would like me to improve right away before we start. Oh, and by the way, now that I'm mentioning it, the stream is coming with a little bit of delay, so everything you hear me say is probably delayed by a minute or a minute and a half or something like that, so I do apologize for that. Alright, Pixbar, thank you very much, 5 by 5, that's very good to see you. Alright, so happy to hear you all, to see you all. So here's what we're going to do. The plan today is to fly from Hamburg to Stansted and back. I've picked 2 real-life Ryanair flights. I'm really hoping that the return flight call sign is still going to be available by the time that we're actually reaching the return flight, because I've chosen 2 great VATSIM events today for this route of flight. Hamburg got the Hamburg Harbor Birthday. That's an annual event, and it's a really great event every year. I've been flying here for 10 years now on this event. And the other one is actually the other one is something pretty new for me. It's the low cost shuttle between Warsaw and London. So I thought Hamburg to Stansted is probably the best thing. And then I also want to show you something that I haven't done before on any of my videos, and that is actually a turnaround. So if we're looking at our flight plans here, we're scheduled to arrive at 1800 UTC in Stansted, and then we've planned the departure for 1825, so 25-minute turnaround. That's exactly what Ryanair is doing. Alright, and if I'm talking much longer, we're already missing the first departure, so let's get this thing going. And there we go, click spots, always click spots. Sometimes I just hate them. Somebody is still leaving this transponder on 1234 all the time. I really need to do this visit in the chief pilot's office. I'll also put the hydraulic pumps on right away, so that the colleague doing the walk around can already do it safely and completely. Right, so Hamburg to Stansted. Let's quickly check the weather and the NOTAMs. Stansted is showing all fine, really. There's a little bit of a chance for some showers of rain there, but those don't matter for us. And it's the same Gatwick, light showers of rain. The rest of it is very good. In terms of the NOTAMs, looking at Stansted here, yeah, almost no NOTAMs at all. We're not used to see this here in Europe. Right, however, it's an event, and we do have to fly around the block for runway 04, but there is 11 minutes of ATC fuel in the flight plan already, so to be on the safe side, I'll just take another 10, so 400 kilos extra. Let's make it 6 tons. And just for the fun of it, let's refuel this thing in real time. Probably a good chance to show you the ground services again as well. But we'll release the stairs. We've actually got a jetway here. And yes, contrary to the public belief, Ryanair is actually using jetways from time to time. The flight is planned full, 148 passengers. And we'll need some loaders as well. I believe it was around 500 kilos in the forward hold. So with everything arriving, let's start the FMC setup here. I've checked the ATIS some moments ago, but for the sake of showing it to you, here it is. Information Bravo, ILS 23, departure runway 33. There we see, and I'm entering 23 already. So 33, here it is. Clouds, view 2000, 4600, 15 degrees, 1023. As said in one of my earlier videos, always set the QNH when you hear it. So, here we are. And just while I see it, I'm going to turn off that option that synchronizes the main, and that option is off. Okay, so that probably means another bug report. Yeah, this is interesting behavior on the altimeter. Okay, first live stream, first bug. I guess that's well, and then of course the first bug that I haven't seen before. So prepare for the release to be delayed a couple of days to fix this. No, just joking. I guess otherwise some of you will probably creep through my headset and kill me right away if I undo this. I see. Got a mismatch here because on the SID it's called Weser NDB versus Whiskey Sierra November in the Iraq. So I'll just put Refla in as next waypoint as a direct. Then it should hopefully accept the airway. That's due to inconsistency in the nav data format, which is unfortunate. Right, before I start entering the next stuff, let's quickly go here and make sure that our real-time refueling is actually going to start. We said we're going to take 6 tons. So here we go. Do we have a jetway yet? No, we don't. And of course it's not moving. Why is everything going wrong the moment you start your first stream? I just don't want to know. Okay, so if that's not working, then luckily enough we got our air stairs. That's the one good thing when you're carrying your own stairs. You always have them available. Despite the extra weight of several hundred kilograms that you're carrying with you all the time. So let's quickly check if there is any engine outset available here. Again, the website from Blackbox is really recommendable for those. I really love it. He's a very, very good guy. Okay, straight at 25 miles to hold. That's making it easy for us. Alright, and the descent page will do en route since we still want to get somewhere today. And the carts are on hold, probably due to the refueling, but that's all fine. Oh, no charts quite yet. Right, now we might just about need our charts. Just stand by 1 second here. New flight. Excuse me for doing a manual input here, but I've already prepared Zimbri for the return flight, so I can't import the Zimbri flight plan anymore. But I guess that's not going to be too much of an issue for this flight. Alright, thank you. And create. So 3-3, Weser 3 Golf departure. That should be about this one here. Okay, are you ready for the departure briefing? So, fueling is just finished. Let's quickly get rid of the fuel truck so that they can start loading the bags, so that we're ready on time. So, threats for this departure. Yeah, it is an event. There's probably going to be quite a bit of traffic around, so we'll be careful to watch out for our own call sign, make sure that we don't get distracted by anybody else's call sign. And apart from that, I don't see any particular threats. Quick look here, yeah, the first A380 is here already. But yeah, a little bit of traffic, not too much quite yet, but we'll see when we get there. Apart from that, I don't really see any threats for this departure. So let's do a quick route check then. So again, from Echo Delta Delta Hotel to Echo Golf Sierra Sierra, Romeo Yankee Romeo 37 Sierra Alpha. Routing is via Weser, November, yeah, with a direct ref line here, that's as we talked about earlier on. November 125 Eelde, November 872 Pampus, Lima 980 Idrit, Mike 40 Rines. With a Rines arrival and the ground distance 416 versus 421 with 3.6 remaining, and we need 2.1, so we have round about 35 minutes extra. Alright, so time UTC 1618, altimeter 1023, reading 40 feet. The MFRA, I'll set it now, is going to be 1040. The flight directors are on, standby instruments set. It's going to be a left sea takeoff, runway 33, flaps 5, NADP2 with a buck up at 1500. Special EOSIT, no, it's just a normal EOSIT, that is straight at, going to 25 miles, climbing 3000, that's going to keep us safe above the MSA. Right, above 80 knots, I'll only stop for fire or fire warning, engine failure, predictive wind shear warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly. Fire call stop, I'll simultaneously close the thrust levers. We'll disengage the auto throttle and apply max manual braking and verify operation of the audio auto brakes. Manual release the speed brake lever, apply maximum reverse thrust. When the aircraft comes to stop, I'll set the parking brake. If you call stop, I'll note the brakes on speed and call speed brakes up or speed brakes are up and thrust reverse normal indications. I'll call 100 knots, 80 knots, 6 knots and the runway distance remaining. Verify your actions, call any emissions. I call auto brake disarm and select flaps 40 when the parking brake has been set and fire ATC of the reject. We then identify the failure, carry out initials as appropriate. If we decide to evacuate, we read into the evacuation checklist. Time permitting, we'll pull the CBR circuit breaker. And if the call before we want to keep going, there'll be no actions below 400 feet except to cancel any warnings, raise the landing gear with a positive rate. 400 feet, verify heading, select and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, we buck up and retract the flaps and schedule. Flaps up and light, select level change, max engine thrust, engage the automatics, non-normal checklist, normal checklist. And then we'll decide on the further course of action. Right, I'll just detune the RLS frequencies here to clean up the primary flight display a little bit. So for the taxi out, we have departure runway 33. We are very close to that runway, so it's going to be a very short taxi here. We're in 7 Alpha, so pushback probably onto the orange or the blue line, and then we'll take figures for Bravo 5 intersection, but we can taxi to any of these. Departure is the Weser 3 Golf departure on a chart 10-3 Golf, 3rd December. Transition altitude 5000 versus 5001. On of 1 equivalent. Yeah, that's all not so interesting. Remain on tower until passing 2000 and contact Bremen radar 134255. And expect close-in obstacles. Speed 250 below 100 or is directed by ATC. Let's see what we have in here. 250 below flight level 100. Cancel the unable 250 knots for now. Initial climb clearance 5000 feet. That's set once and twice. And for the routing then, we're going straight at until 40 Alpha Lima Foxtrot. That's 115.8, so we do have something useful to tune in the radios. (115.8) to Delta Hotel 254, maximum 210 knots. Then it's a left turn 249, 5.9 miles. To Delta Hotel 260, above 5,000 feet, then same track, 6.8 miles. To Elsop, left 252, 12 miles. Did I say 252? 232, that makes more sense. to Delta Hotel 165, 12 miles. Then it's 231, 19.2 immer to Weser. And Weser 378, we can just check that active as well. Alright, so that is our briefing complete, unless you have any questions. Time to get the loaders released as well. Passengers are all on board. The fuel truck is gone already, so let's start doing our performance. Again, I'm using Virtual Performance Tool here, which is a really good tool. Unfortunately, it only has the 737-800 as of right now, but they are working on adding the 700 as well. And the best thing is right now that it's still in development. You can actually use it for free until the final version is actually released. So that's a tool that I can really wholeheartedly recommend. Oh, where's my desk pins? Here it is. Right, so runway 33, we said we take Bravo 5 intersection figures. Runway is dry. Let's quickly get the latest ATIS as well. So the wind 310 at 6. The temperature is 15 and 1023. Optimum max 5 auto off. So let's see, our zero fuel weight 51.7 versus 51.5. That is close enough, and that gives me a gross weight of 57.8. So 57,800. Oops, I didn't fill the QNH in. 1023. So it gives me a 22k takeoff at 61 degrees assumed temperature. So that sounds good, we'll do that. 22k, 61, 86.5 versus 85.8. That's because the bleed air system is not yet pressurized. So that is acceptable. Flaps 5, the trim will just take from here. 6 units. By the way, we do have a new trim sound, and this one is really good. Listen for it. And while this is trimming, we'll just take the speeds from here. Again, small difference between the 800 and the 700. So we said we need 6.6 units of trim, and we have it now. Perfect. Okay, let's quickly grab our IFR clearance. 1 to 1.8 is our delivery. And we have Delta. Hamburg delivery, guten Abend, Ryanair 37, Sierra Alpha, information Delta, request startup.
Ryanair 37, Sierra Alpha, Hamburg ground, morning information Delta, correct startup approved, ship Stansted via Weser, pre-takeoff departure. Flight plan route, climb by at 5,000 feet, after passing 2,000, contact terminal radar, frequency 134.250 and scope 2505.
Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha is cleared to Stansted via the Weser Tri-Golf departure flight plan route. Climb at 5,000 feet when passing 2,000. Contact 134.250. Squawk 2505.
Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, respect correct. Contact Hamburg Hafengeburtstag frequency 121.70. Group.
121.70 Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha. Dankeschön. Tschüss. Okay, 121.7. So we've got 250. Oops. 2505. Startup is approved. We'll go alt off. 5,000 feet, and the Weser Tri-Golf departure is confirmed as well. Okay. Now, last few things I forgot before. That's working, and so is the light test. Quickly going to check all bulbs here, make sure that they are all working, which they are. Okay. Oops. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and in the name of Ryanair and PMDG, I would like to welcome you on board our flight to London Stansted. Today's flight time is about 1 hour and 15 minutes. We expect a smooth flight with an on-time arrival. I would like to thank you for choosing Ryanair today. Hope that you will enjoy your stay on board. And finally, in a few moments, the cabin crew is going to start to point out the safety features on board this Boeing 737-700 aircraft. I would like you to pay full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the people sitting around you. Thank you very much for joining us. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy your flight. So, safety inspection checklist, and before start checklist down to the line. Services and shocks, checked. Maintenance status, checked. Battery, on. Electric hydraulic pumps, on. Landing gear lever, down. Ship's library, checked. RS mode selectors, nav, gear pins, and here they are. 1, 2, 3 removed. Probe covers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 removed. Light test, checked. Oxygen, test 100%. Yaw damper, on. Nav transfer and display switches, normal and auto. Fuel. So that's 5,563 required. We have 6,000 on board with 4 pumps on. Cabin utility IV galley power on. Emergency exit lights armed. Fasten belts on. Window heat on. Aircon and press. PAX auto. Bleeds on. Set. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Instruments. Trust checked. Auto brakes. RTO. Hydraulics. Normal. Speed brake. Down detent. Park and brake set. Step trim cutout switches. Normal. Wheel bear fire warning. Checked. Radius, radar and transponder. Set and alt off. Rudder and aileron trims. 3 and 0. Takeoff briefing. Discussed. PA. Complete. FMC CDU. Going to set that in a second. Now the chocks can go. Set. And 1 indicated airspeed box. We have automatic. Reduced 22k, speeds 30, 30, 32 set. Step trim 6.6 set. Performance, weight and balance, signed and sent. Phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight windows and cockpit door. Locked, doors closed, passengers. Yeah, they are seated by now. Okay, that's the checklist complete down to the line. Let's quickly start preparing our pushback tool as far as we can. Oh, actually there's not a lot of sense to prepare this yet, because we don't know which line we're going to push on, but let's find out now. Hamburg Apron, hello, Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, gate 07 Bravo, requesting pushback.
Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, hello, Manuel, pushback approved, facing south to 1 hour.
Pushback approved to the south, onto the orange line, Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha. Okay, so there we got it, onto the orange line. That's the one closest to us.
Cockpit to ground. This is ground. Stand by.
Okay, before start checks below the line. Air compacts off. Anti-collision light on. Park and brake set. Transponder alt off. Before start checklist complete. Yeah, and that's what I call timing. Somebody's just logging in pretty much inside us.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed. We are cleared for start and push. Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Parking brakes are released. Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence. Yeah, we'll start in the sequence.
Okay, that's off block at 30, so 5 minutes delay, and we'll put that on... Yeah, good question. Whom do we blame the delay on? Let's put it on the boarding. That finished so late. No, just joking. It's actually due to me setting the stream up, but I don't think there's any IATA delay code for that. Right, the engines should be beyond the red line by now. Starting engine number 2. And 2. Oil pressure. And 1. Actually, I saw somebody in the comments saying I should put the Performance Tool website up, and that's a good idea because it just reminds me that I didn't set the MFRA, so 1053 feet.
Completed. Please set your parking brake.
Okay, parking brake set, starting number 1.
You may disconnect.
And in the meantime,
Sir, clear to disconnect. Pin has been removed. See you at the side.
MFRA 1053.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
And 2. Oil pressure, and 1. Alright, yeah, so this is what the performance tool looks like. I'm going to do a video at some point where I'm going to cover all the aspects of using it. Start a cutout, monitor 1. Number 1 stable. Okay, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudders, full left, full right, neutral. And let's do the before taxi checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches, continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice off. Air conditioning, PAX auto, bleeds on, isolation valve, auto, flaps. 5 required. 5 selected and green light. Step trim 6.6 units. Set. Start levers, idle detent, flight controls checked, recall checked, before taxi checklist complete. Ryanair 370 Alpha, request taxi.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, taxi holding point 183 via Orange Line Bravo 4.
Taxi holding point 33, Orange Line Bravo 4, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Right, quick look here. Bravo 4 is the middle one, so onto the orange and then slide to the right. Okay, we can do that. So, config. Checked, we're clear left and clear right. Now let's start with the before takeoff checklist down to the line straight away because it's such a short taxi. So config, checked, flaps, 5 green light, step trim 6.6 set, takeoff briefing. It's going to be a left seat takeoff, runway 33, flaps 5, NADP 2, buckup 1500, PAX auto, bleeds on, anti-ice off, takeoff speeds 130, 130, 132. You also straight ahead left turn when passing 2000, 13425. And when we are... Yeah, in case of an engine failure, we're going to go straight ahead, climbing 25. Climbing 3000 feet, 25 miles, and hold over there. Any questions? Okay, then holding at cabin. Ryanair 370 Alpha, ready for departure. 126.850, Ryanair 370 Alpha, tschüss. Then the departure frequency was 13425. Hamburg Tower Low, Ryanair 370 Alpha, ready for departure.
370 Alpha, hello, 318 knots, runway 23, takeoff, then airborne contact, Bremen on 134.250.
When airborne 134250, one runway 33, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Okay, confirm readback, runway 33, clear takeoff. And now they want us to contact departure immediately when airborne. Okay, before takeoff checks below the line. MCP. Set, transponder. Tara, strobe lights on, landing lights on. Before takeoff checklist complete. Timing. Stabilized. Start takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
80 knots.
Checked.
Rotate. Positive, ready to climb.
Gear up. LNAV. Monte. Flame radar low, Ryanair 370 Alpha, 1400, climbing 5000, VATSIM 3 Golf. Back up.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, Bremen, radar contact, climb flight level 100.
Climb flight level 100, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Set, 100 checked. Flap 1, speed checked. And I'm going to delete the 5000.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, proceed direct
Flaps up.
Elde.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, direct Elde. Okay, that's quite a direct here. Echo Echo Lima. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV. Then we have flaps up, no lights. Set standard. VNAV. Passing 3-4, climbing 100 after takeoff checklist. Okay, air condition and pressurization, that's 2.0. Set. Altimeters. Standard, passing 4-2, climbing 100. After takeoff checklist complete, and we'll release the cabin crew. We're above the MSA, so standby altimeter can go to standard as well.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, contact Bremen, 123, 925,
123, 925, Ryanair 370 Alpha, tschüss. Bremen Radar, guten Abend, Ryanair 370 Alpha, passing level 62, climbing 100 in Mount Elde. Climb flight level 250, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Set, 250 checked, VNAV, and full climb thrust please.
Delta ist ja auch für die Moskau eine. Temperatur 8 Kilowatt, Flug von Hamburg nach Helgoland, aktuell ca. 10 Meilen westlich von Nordholz, Transponder VFR, Tunnelunterflug, Verkehrsinformation.
And we'll get above this, but I'll just keep speed intervent just to get clear of the clouds before we start accelerating. Altimeters, passing 101, climb 250, 10 checks. Fuel balanced, 4 pumps, lights, off, APU off, air conditioning, pressurization, 4.4, climbing, set, fasten belts, auto, recall, checked, 1 to 1.5. Monitoring, and that's the 10 checks complete. So, well clear of the clouds, speed intervent. So before we call upper area control, it's always a good idea to check the flight plan if the field level is actually what you want to have. So operational impacts here says 2000 feet below, we're saving 19 kilos but will take a minute longer. And 2000 feet above, 2 kilos more, same minute, so it doesn't make any sense to go higher. Let's quickly check the arrival time. 1750. Schedule is 1800. So we could stay 2000 feet lower and save those 19 kilos, but we don't know if we're gonna get any holdings, so I'll just keep flight level 360 as filed for now. On 34.7 Ryanair 370 Alpha, cheers.
Maastricht, lower identified, walk 2007, climb at level 380.
Maastricht, hello, Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, passing 199er, climbing 250, inbound Eelde.
Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, Maastricht identified, hello, climb at level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha. Set, 360 checked. Once, twice, and 3 times. And we are monitoring 1 to 1.5.
Easy 726, proceed direct Galso. Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, proceed direct Knockrow.
So everyone, could you give me a little bit of feedback? Oh, sorry. Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, direct Knockrow, sorry. Let's see where that is. Norcrow. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV.
EC 8268, rate of climb 1,500 feet per minute or greater.
Alright everyone, could you give me a little bit of feedback in the chat how well you can hear air traffic control versus my own voice, please? Because that is something... I just changed the program I'm using to record my videos, and in the previous ones there were quite a couple of comments from people who said that the air traffic control would be too loud and I would be hard to understand compared to the air traffic control. I would really appreciate some feedback as to how this is right now with the current settings.
EG 763 monitoring composite.
So I see someone saying ATC is quieter than I am. Can you just confirm that it's actually loud enough that you can understand ATC well? Or do you want me to turn him up a little bit?
EG 636 Maastricht below identified. Squawk 2477, climb flight level 360.
Alright, looks like most of you are happy, and settings on OBS. Well, this is pretty much how I've set it, so... This is the simulator, this is ATC audio, which is slightly reduced, and then this is my microphone down here. Game sound a bit too loud, okay, so I'll just turn that down slightly. Tell me how that's going now. A little bit more ATC, you say? Okay, we can do that. Here we are, a little bit more ATC. So give me some feedbacks how it's going now. Right, angle of bank 10.
Rednose 3510 Maastricht below identified. Squawk 2034, climb flight level 380.
Okay, quite a couple of you saying to turn up my bitrate. Let's quickly see how or rather where I can actually do that in here. No, I don't want to ignore the settings. Actually I cannot change it while I'm recording. That's a little unfortunate. But I don't want to end the stream for this, so... Unless anybody knows where I can change it while I'm actually streaming this. Right, and I'll show you the airplane from the outside once we're in cruise flight. But for now, I'm still monitoring the climb, as you are supposed to do, and once we're up in cruise we have a couple minutes to answer some questions and also show you something from the outside as well.
3636, proceed direct Echo Echo Lima.
One to go, vertical speed.
I do not understand you. Please say again, or right flight text. 8268, climb at 1,500 feet per minute until level 250 for the moment. So please expedite your climb. You're climbing now with 200 feet per minute.
Stoll, thank you very much for the comment here. Unfortunately, I don't have an internet connection that's good enough to stream with higher resolution. I wish I had, but unfortunately it's not. It's just not working. I tried it earlier today. Okay, VNAV 360. Concept. Let's quickly do the paperwork then. Scheduled airborne 1645, actual was pretty good. So, top of climb 15 minutes, we took 15, 360 it is. We have 4,680 on board versus 4,115, and the fuel used is supposed to be around 1,470, and we've used around 1,300 and a bit, so we saved a little bit of fuel. Alright, let's see, the next FAR border is going to be Dobak.
8268, climb flight level 340. Perfect.
And thereafter London already at Rinnes.
Right now, 3516. Admiral 3516, Maastricht and identified, squawk 2036, climb flight level.
Okay, the AVSM check is good, the altimeters all agree. So that's when things are getting a little more relaxing now. Alright, so if there is any questions that you have, post them now, because now we have a couple of minutes available where I can actually answer a couple of questions. And turn that up a little bit higher, so let me know if you get any better bitrate now, okay? Of course the chat is no longer working in here. Oh boy. Anything I can do here? Okay. Are we back now, or are we not? Alright, so the bitrate is better? And everything's good now?
That's 3516, proceed direct Echo Echo Lima.
Alright, thank you very much everyone. Happy to be back. So yeah, as I was just about saying, now that we have a little bit of time in the cruise, well, we don't have that much time anymore. Sorry guys, I should have picked a longer flight. Oh no, connection lost again. Successfully connected. Let's hope that Microsoft Flight Simulator isn't acting up now. I never trusted fully after a new update has been released until a couple of hotfixes were released for Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm sorry for that. It is getting better though. I'll quickly do call with ATC as well. Ryanair 370 Alpha reconnected after a short internet issue.
Hab's gesehen, danke.
Okay, so we are fully back now. The question about the view. Yes, it is similar to the real view. Now, I just need to correct it very slightly. Basically, you need to see the primary flight display without the control column blocking the view. And then you also need to see the auto brake disarm light, while at the same time, in the best case, you should also be able to see the top of the glare shield slightly. But that's a little bit difficult to achieve overall in the simulator, because when you're moving your head in real life, your eyes are moving as well. Or rather, the height of your eyes is moving as well. So that's why it's a little hard to get the viewpoint 100% perfect on the 2D interface of Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Identified, walk 2045, climb flight level 360.
And Ali, yes indeed, this is what you get for not paying the onboard Wi-Fi. Or actually, somebody wanted to see the outside view as well, for not even having a Wi-Fi antenna in first place. So this is what we're looking at from the outside. The model is way ahead of the previous P3D version, but it's not quite perfect yet. PMDG has already publicly posted that they do intend to show some, or rather to add some more details, for example, to the wheel base and also to the cabin, as far as I remember. Somebody wanted to have a look at the wing views. Well, that's not going to be too easy, because I am basically never using wing views. I'm always just flying from the cockpit. But here we are. The sound in the cabin is now an additional sound set, so contrary to the previous P3D versions, we do have several different sound sets now for the cabin. So it does change when you dynamically go through the cabin. And I've just recently jump seated on a seat that was pretty similar to this one. Or rather to the position of this one, and the sound is pretty darn close, I have to say. Alright, back to the flight deck now. And let me quickly do one setting, because apparently it turned off the data options. So let's just make sure that those are on again. Bing World Data Graphics on. Apply. So this is the price I'm paying now for trying to reset my router here. Sorry guys. Let's hope that it's not coming up with these annoying messages anymore. And at least we do have photoreal terrain. Now.
Course 85 Bravo Uniform Maastricht, kilo identified, climb flight level 340.
Matrosov, yes, we can have a look at the cabin once we've landed. Alfium, the blue and the Ryanair livery, well, that's hard. I've never seen that. Well, I have seen that livery from the outside in flight when it flew by. So, well, I think it's the HDR engine at cruise level that is changing it a little bit too much. And no, on Monday it's not going to be available on Marketplace. Microsoft always takes quite a lot of time to upload these things. So initially it's going to be on pmdg.com and it will come to the Marketplace at a later point. But that's going to be up to Microsoft. Nick, the Navigraph tool is not part of the 737. Right now, due to the way it's programmed, there is no way that PMDG can access the internet from here. So right now, the airplane does not have the ability to pull up charts. And you can see the same in other aircraft that are also programmed in the same programming language as the 737, namely in the MATDOC. They did an EFB, but you can see there are no charts in it. And that's because they have the same problem. It's something for Asobo to fix on their side. Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha.
You will have crossing traffic on Unicom in about 5 minutes, so can you accept level 380 to avoid?
37 Sierra Alpha, we prefer descending level 340.
at 370 Alpha, roger, descent at level 340 and monitoring cost line.
Round at 370 Alpha, descent level 340, monitor 1228. Bye bye. Okay, well, that was a nice service from ATC at least, but, well, it's a little pity with this VATSIM event right now between Warsaw and London that there's no en route ATC, but, well, we'll get to London soon, and they'll hopefully be online again then. And somebody asked me about the Thrustmaster yoke. That's the last question I'm going to answer before starting to set up for the approach, because we are slowly nearing our top of descent as well here. The Thrustmaster yoke is nice, but I won't say it's perfect. It feels very nice in your hands, and combined with the 737 it gives you pretty nice aileron. But the elevator is a little oversensitive, so if I'm just pulling very slightly on the Thrustmaster yoke, I do get quite a stronger response in the airplane, or in the PMDG airplane, compared to the real airplane. However, that's a problem I have with all aircraft with the Thrustmaster yoke, because basically what's happening is the Thrustmaster is it just doesn't have the range of travel that the real one does. I can show you that on the ground if I do remember. I probably won't. So just look at it at the next flight control track, and you can see how far the real control column is moving forward and aft, and the Thrustmaster isn't moving that far. So yeah, it does feel much nicer than one of those random generic yokes, and for the price point, I believe it's 400 euros at the moment. It's quite fine, but of course it's not perfect. I mean, on a flight simulator convention I've been in 2019, I tried a 2,000 euro Boeing yoke made for flight simulation, and even that didn't feel 100% like the real one. So, yeah. That's when you ask me how does it fly, I can always say the numbers are good, but the feeling, I always find it difficult, regardless of the plane I'm flying, even if it's the Cessna with the honeycombed Cessna yoke, or if it's this one with the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke. Yes, Peter, I can set my sensitivity, but that still brings up problems in the extreme zones then, so there isn't 100% a perfect solution for there. Right, and Mancoon, when I change the bank angle, you can actually only see it on the selector itself. So if we have a look here, you can see the small gap down here. And that is basically just pointing to the number that it's set to. On the more modern MCP, it is a little better visible, but this particular airplane got the older one installed as one of the few in Ryanair's fleet that does have the older MCP. Right, so that much said, it's really time to set up for the approach now. So let's see if we can get ATIS somewhere. Here it is. So, Stansted information whiskey from 1620, so that's quite old already. Runway 04, turbulence may be encountered in the final stages of the approach. Transition level 70, ILS approach to be expected. Service wind 070, 11 knots, 10 kilometers or more. Broken 2,300 feet, broken 3,100 feet. Temperature 16, dew point 11, QNH 1026. Knowledge info whiskey and advise aircraft type. Alright. So you have control, and it's an FMC speed on a VNAV path on Command Alpha. Let's do a quick setup then. Yes, we know it's unable to 50 at Lapra. Something really nice here, by the way, if you just enter the altitudes, you can simply request the wind from the FMC, and then it's going to get you the wind at the very altitudes you entered. By default it would take something like flight level 250-ish as the highest, But if you manually enter something, then it's just going to download whatever you've entered. By saying download, I mean reading from the weather file that's in brief saved to the computer. So here we are. Okay, Brookman's Part 9, that usually wants you to be at 3,000 feet there. Because then they usually turn you in quite early here already at runway 04 in Stansted. This one is 2,500 or higher, and that's it. Oh, and here's our next ATC. That's nice, Amsterdam 12575. Amsterdam radar, good evening, Ryanair 370 Alpha, flight level 340 in Montenegro.
Hello, Ryanair 370 Alpha, Amsterdam, identified
Maintain 340 Ryanair 370 Alpha. Right, so are you ready for the approach brief? So threats for the arrival. We're going to Stansted. There's a lot of Ryanair traffic over there, so chances are that we might encounter some call sign confusion. So we do want to be on the safe side, verify clearances as they come, and watch carefully out for our own call sign in order not to confuse it with anyone else. Right, and that's pretty much it for the threats. Quickly going to tune the frequencies, courses and minimums. That is stuff that in real life I always do at the top of climb already, but we spent this flight slightly different. So, I do apologize for that.
Step 141 Amsterdam, hello, maintain the ball 357.
So here we are. Let's see then, it's 250 below level 100, forecast page is filled in, rings runway 04, 10 and 4 miles. For the arrival we have the Venus 1 Alpha arrival, Venus flight level 220. And from there it's 267 degrees, 16.2 miles to Idesy, at flight level 180, right 298, 28.3 to Lapra, Lapra max 250 and flight level 120. And it says max 250, so we'll just put it 250 or less. And that should hopefully clear this silly message we've had all the time earlier on. So then from Lapra it's left turn 254, 23.4 miles inbound to Abbott. Max 220 knots at flight level 80. There is a holding there at Abbott as well, 265 inbound, with the right hand turns for 6 miles. That's in the database correct. Okay, from Abbott we have the standard approach for runway 04. That's this one. So from Abbott we'll fly outbound on 265 degrees to 5 miles. Sorry, to 15 miles from Barkway. That's Barkway 15 at flight level 60. Why is that not in the database? See, that's why we are checking these things all the time. Then we continue straight ahead to Delta 085 Hotel, which we have here. Ryanair 370 Alpha, when ready, descent level 280, level by Nugro. Set. 280 checked. 280 or less at Nugro. Okay. So then left turn 224, 3 miles to the 18-mile point from Brookmans Park, 6,000 feet. Same track 9 miles, Brookmans Park 9 below 3,000 feet. And same track 4 miles to the 5-mile point from Brookmans Park, and then left 134 heading until crossing radial 072 at a maximum of 200 knots in the turn. We turn onto the final approach for the ILS approach runway 04. That is on the chart 31-1, effective 24th February, frequency 110.5, set once and twice. Final approach course is 042, set both sides. Elevation 348 versus 350, and the MSA high is 2100, so we're safe in 3000. Final approach fix 2500 feet at 6.6 miles. That is the Foxtrot here. 2500 feet. It is a 3-degree glide slope going down to a minimum of 532. Set left, set right. And in case of missed approach, we'll fly straight at to 2DME from ISAT. Says runway -4 here. And that's a little far ahead. You can see it's slightly overshooting here as well. But then again, it's from the runway threshold, so that might just about be right. Yeah, it might just about be right. That's a left turn 283 inbound to Barkway 284 in the FMC. And we're climbing the 3,000 feet to be established by 5DME Barkway, so the echo point. E is the 5th letter in the alphabet, that's why it's 5DME. And at 3,000 feet. Okay, top of descent. So yeah, the missed approach is correct as well. For a diversion to London Gatwick, we need 2.1 tons of fuel. We're landing with 3.4, so that's roughly half an hour and a little bit more extra. We're burning 700 kilos, which makes a landing weight of 55.1. Let's quickly do some mathematics on the performance tool. Landing en route, we're going to London Stansted. Runway 04, 2.5, dry. Where is our weather? Here it is. So 070 with 11 knots. Temperature is 16 and 1026. Start with flap 30, see where this is going. 55 100, no reverse credit. Calculate. So let's quickly see for the exits where we want to vacate the runway. With Papa Romeo or Quebec Romeo. You say Papa 3 in here, so that's probably that one, yeah, so Papa is almost Quebec Romeo. And prior to that we have Papa Romeo, that is probably close to uniform. Let me see if I have a better chart where we can see this a little better. Oh no. Okay, so uniform is the best we have, but we'll keep it at Quebec Romeo then. That's the best we have available here. So that's close to Papa 3 for the figures, so auto brakes 3, idle reverse, and that gives us a brake cooling time of 28 minutes. No, we can't do that. We have 25 turnaround. So reverse all operational then. Yeah, and then there's no special procedure required. Alright, so flaps 30, auto brakes 3. And that pretty much concludes this part. For the taxi, we've just talked about it. We'll come off at the exit and then we'll taxi all the way to the stand that we'll still get allocated by ATC. Angle of bank 25. And that concludes our approach briefing. So I'm ready to take back the controls. Passing 292, descending 280. 1 to go. I'll maintain the vertical speed due to the inaugural restriction here.
For now, maintain 340. I'll let you know first dispatch. Hello, Easy 636, 98.77 and continue to Gulf Shuttle.
No, we don't want to slow down yet. That's the automatic energy compensation of the aircraft, but we definitely want to maintain the speed for now.
9931, your speed 0.80, please. Airbus Industry 9931 on set up. Airbus 9931, go ahead. 9931, speed 0.80 over greater. Roger, let's see, yes, we can do 80 for now, Airbus 9931.
Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, standing by for lower.
Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, was about to call you, something London and 127, that's small one.
127 is mobile on Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, bye.
You know what I mean?
Ground control, good evening, Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, flight level 280 in Mount Loser. Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, descent level 220, level by Rennes for the Rennes 1 Alpha arrival into Stansted. Okay, set, 220 checked. So we'll have to descend a little bit faster now. Well, or not, 1700 feet a minute, so that might have been a little over the top here. Let's do it like this. The vertical speed required can just be put in here. So Rennes 220 is automatically taken from the legs page, but you can type anything you'd like in there. And then the airplane is going to do the mathematics, and all you have to do is to dial in the vertical speed. That's it. By the way, somebody asked me earlier today on my channel how I'd like the sound of the airplane, and back then I replied that I would need to try it with my Bose ProFlight headset to see what this sounds like compared to the real one. But right now, I've just taken half my headset off my head, and I have to say, this is pretty darn close to the real one. This is really, really good right now.
Good 9, come to you, red sir. Good 9, come to you, red sir.
Want to go, maintaining the rate due to the restriction at Rennes.
On 370 Alpha, contact
121.225, Ryanair 370 Alpha.
You're Charlie 942, contact Amsterdam 125. 0.
London controller low, Ryanair 370 Alpha, level 220 Iman Rennes.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, London, hello, 275.
Descent flight level 110 Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha. Set 110 checked. We'll start with a vertical speed. We'll start with vertical speed 1500 to cross EDC at 180. He didn't say it explicitly, but in London they generally like to see you do this, even if they don't say it.
American 650 report you're heading to London control 127 decimal 1. 127 decimal 1 is it? Level 150, speedbird 943. Speedbird 850, Tango flying flight level 23, student flying heading speedbird 75.
This is incredible. Look at all the windmills down here and the wind parks on the water. That's something, whenever I'm flying over the English Channel in real life, I'm looking down and it's full of wind parks. It really is. And I find it so amazing that they are here in Microsoft Flight Simulator as well. But hold on a second. I'm German. I have to complain about something. The cloud over here is looking shitty. But the wind parks are looking really good, and it's amazing that they are there. You can just see them everywhere here. That's the next set of wind parks.
London, hello, and you're ready to start 110. Ryanair 370 Alpha, speed 280 knots or greater.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, speed 280 knots or greater.
1950, speed 280 knots or greater.
Okay, 280 knots. VNAV.
After the speed restriction, speedbird 943.
So how big is the change to arrival time? 51. Pretty much nothing.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, route direct Abbott.
Bird Abbott, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Do you need us to cross a beam left right level 120?
Just continue your descent to flight level 110.
Roger, just continue the descent level 110 Ryanair 370 Alpha. Okay, that's Abbott, LNAVing. I always love this view in the simulator here. Just put it up a little bit, have a good look outside. The 737 windows are so small. So use it when you can.
230, speed with 943.
Especially with the scenery here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's just amazing. The visuals of this simulator are really, really amazing. I gotta love them. Especially for developers making full use of them like PMDG did here. Wait for it when we are on the flight. Ryanair 370 Alpha, descent flight level 90. Set. 90 checked. Yeah, especially the visuals when we're going back to Hamburg and when we will probably land just before nightfall. And when you see all the lights in action there, that is where the simulator really, really shines. I mean, at daylight it's looking amazing as well. Even though the clouds right now are a little disappointing. Remember, I'm German, I have to complain about something. But the simulator is just... When you have a proper aircraft in it, then it is an amazing simulator, I have to say. Crossing 15,000. Seatbelts on.
Speaker 850 Tango, report you're heading to London, 137.1. Zero wings 1950, correct, Albert. Ryanair 370 Alpha, speed 250.
Speed 250 or greater, Ryanair 370 Alpha.
Zero wings 1950, speed 250.
Alright, we'll just keep the speed at 280 now since we're on profile for that anyway. Just something that's probably not working as well right now, that brightness of the terrain display here, because it's pretty bright by default. I'm just turning it down, and that's not perfect yet, but it's nothing that would prevent a release. I'm sure PMDG is going to fix it afterwards. 12065 for the speed Ryanair 370 Alpha, bye.
943, report you're heading to London, 137.1. We're heading to London, speed clear ILS, roughly 04. 0 degrees, easy left side.
So, 8 is whiskey. Stansted Freighter, good evening, Ryanair 370 Alpha, passing 1260, sending 90, inbound Abbott 737-700, information whiskey, speed 250 or greater.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, Stansted radar altitude, evening, vectoring for ILS, runway 04, insufficient X-ray.
We'll check X-ray ILS 04 Ryanair 370 Alpha. Let's see if anything changed here. Oh, he said X-ray. It's a Yankee already. Ryanair 370 Alpha just confirmed the latest ATIS we're receiving is a Yankee. Mention ATS on.
Ryanair 379 Alpha, my apologies, just Yankee, no significant change.
Yankee, no significant change, Ryanair 370 Alpha, thank you.
EC545, report fully established. Fully established, EC545. EC5459, contact tower 123.8. Contact tower.
Oh yeah, this is what England looks like. It really is. Just needs a bit more rain.
Doing 1952, Houston Crescent Stansted, radar altitude, evening, the vectoring for ILS, runway 04, information Yankee. Ryanair 8 Whiskey, November, roger, return again, left hand downwind, runway 04, increase 180 knots. Sorry.
Right, now it's reducing to 50, that's still in accordance with ATC instructions. We're at 10 degrees.
What did we go around? We had
I'll help a little bit with the speed brake here. Just want to go. No, they're not going to do 220 yet. Level change to 50. Ryanair 370 Alpha, do you want us to reduce the speed to 220 in accordance with the standard arrival?
I don't know. Oh, hang on. You're doing 1953.
Negative, Ryanair 370 Alpha.
I read the first time. No, high speed is approved. All speed restrictions are cancelled.
All speed restrictions cancelled, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Okay, so we'll maintain 250.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, leave Abbott, heading 255.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, leave Abbott, heading 255. Alright, so that's almost the standard procedure. Let's quickly take the holding out. But we'll definitely not do that anymore. Alright, heading select, and with all that handling with ATC, we just forgot the 10 checks. Confirm that for Ryanair 37 Sierra Alpha, descent flight level 70.
Correct.
Set, 70 checked. Heading, sorry, level change. Right, 10 checks. Fuel balanced, 4 pumps, lights, on, angle of bank, 25. Aircon compressed, 4.0 descending set, fast melts on, recall checked, 1.5, deselected, 10 checks complete. Let's take the Romeo point on top here. Vertical speed. So, what usually happens when you approach runway 04 in Stansted is they're vectoring you around here, and it's just about here. They tell you it is on 3000 to be level Brooknet Park 9. So, we really want to be sure that we will be able to do that. If we have to, we'll just keep the 250 knots all the way down here. Even though ATC often also gives us speed 220, and then it's going to get tricky.
Remember, speed 160 knots for 4 miles of port will be established. Thanks, contact China 123, decimal 8.
So when we're at 70.
37, Alpha descent to altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1026.
Ryanair 370 Alpha descent 6,000, QNH 1026. Set, 6,000 checked, vertical speed. Set altimeter 1026. Passing level, passing altitude 7,100 to 76,000, no flag standby set. And we definitely want no more energy than we need to now. I'll put speed 220 in here for the auto throttle to go into idle. Alright, let's do a frisk check then. Frequencies 110.5, rings runway 04, 10-4. Idents in yes, Sierra X-ray both sides, standby instruments, set on the course is 042. And I'm not 100% sure right now if we did the descent checklist, so let's just do the descent and approach checks together. Okay, pressurization, land out 350, anti-ice on, approach refuel discussed, IS and outbox checked and set. Descent checks complete, approach checks, altimeters instruments, cross checked, approach rates checked and set, approach checks complete. Left lane 225 for Ryanair 370 Alpha. Ryanair 370 Alpha, descended 2,000 feet. Set. 2000 checked, level change. No, you go into idle, we are going down now. Let's help this a little bit. Tie on above 10. Yeah, we'll turn the NEIs off.
Doing 1952, thank you, and descent to altitude 6,000 feet. That's right, 1026, my apologies.
Speed brake is stowed again.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, left heading 180 degrees.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, left heading 180 degrees. So center fix on top. And we have about 14 miles remaining, so our altitude is
Doing
good.
1952, turn left heading 22 degrees, downward.
This is where the standby instrument comes in really handy, because over here we can see the glide slope already, while since we're still tracking outbound from the localizer course, the PFD is not showing us the glide slope. But here we can see that we are just about flying through the glide slope now. Traffic.
Alpha, speed 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Okay.
55, turn left heading 215. Sorry.
Flaps 1. Speed checked.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, turn left heading 09 degrees, clear ILS 04.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, left 090 degrees, cleared ILS 04. Okay, heading 090. Might need 30 degrees of bank here in order not to overshoot. Vertical speed. Sensible indications. Approach mode armed. Ball lock captured. Omitting 042 and angle of bank 25 again.
Zeroing 1952, reduce speed 18 given RC to altitude 3000 feet. Zeroing 1952, turn on left at 1603. On 370 Alpha, contact tower 123, that's the goodbye.
1038 Ryanair 370 Alpha, good day.
Zeroing 195, turn to altitude 2000 feet, you got
Stansted Tower, Ryanair 370 Alpha.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, Stansted Tower, hello, runway 04, clear to land, surface wind 090 degrees.
Runway 04, clear to land, Ryanair 370 Alpha. Flap 5. Right. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. Gear down, flip 15, landing checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall, checked, speed brake, arm green light, landing gear down 3 green, auto brake 3 set, and hold in there. Flaps 25, intermediate. Checked. Flaps 30, complete the landing checklist. Flaps 30, 30, green light, landing lights on, landing checks complete, crew seated, clear to land. Disconnecting. .500, continue. Checked.
Minimums.
Continue.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Speed brake up, thrust as normal. 80%, 100 knots. 80 knots. Auto reverse, manual brakes, auto brake disarm.
Ryanair 370 Alpha, welcome to Stansted, contact ground 121.725.
121.725, Ryanair 370 Alpha, bye. Rattler, Ryanair 370 Alpha.
370 Alpha Stansted ground. Hello, welcome to London Stansted. Taxi stand 24 by a hotel and Bravo.
Stand 24, Hotel and Bravo, Ryanair 37 Alpha. Okay, hotel is the first to the left.
Whiskey November, the official airport name is London Stansted, so that's the name I will be using.
But then again, your company is also selling Niederrhein Airport as Düsseldorf VATSIM, which is like 2.5 hours of driving, so go figure.
Sure. I just call it not so London Stansted from now.
That's it. So just got to be careful with the taxi now. Bravo is not here yet, it's the next. We're looking at stand 24, so right hand side, and the first on the terminal. Okay, we can do that. Start the APU. He didn't tell us if it's the east or the west line, so we'll just take the west line. Clear left and right. There's 24, left, right and center. Okay, so we'll be on 24 center then, since he didn't say anything. Shutdown number 2. Forgot to do the recall. There it is. Okay, that looks a little tight, but London always looks tighter than it really is. Cabin crew, do some slides and open doors. And 20%. So let's quickly get the ground equipment before we start with the checklist. And did you just hear him say that? Not so London Stansted? God, I love these Brits. Sometimes they have really good humor. Sometimes. Right, chucks in. We'll get an external power. The fueler can already start making his way. And air stairs, aft stairs, passenger bus. Unload everything. Loaders will need as well. Alright, so let's do the transit shutdown checklist then. Fuel pumps, sorry, are actually not part of that checklist. So here we are, transit shutdown checklist. Electrical, ground power, fasten belts, off, propede, auto, NEIs, off, voice recorder. Yeah, the switch is still not installed in this airplane, unfortunately. Air compacts, auto, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior lights set, start switches. Yep, start switches off. Auto brake off, speed brake down to 10, flaps up no light, parking brake set, start levers, cut off, weather radar off. Transponder 2000 standby, CBR circuit breaker in, and cockpit door unlocked. Transit shutdown checklist complete. So let's start to get some stuff going here. You can already start the deboarding. Chocks are in, brakes can go out to allow the brakes to cool a little bit. And in the meantime, let's have a quick look. So everyone, thank you for your nice comments right now. It's always really nice to see how well the stream is appreciated, especially since it's my very first. Alright, so let's start to get things rolling again and start making our way towards back towards Hamburg. But first, here comes the moment of truth. SimToolkit Pro says 370 feet a minute on the landing. I don't believe that. It didn't look that bad. Come on. What do you guys say? But let's have a look. I want to see that landing report. This is always taking a little bit. View details. But come on, this wasn't 370 feet a minute, was it? Brandon, yes, you can ask whom I'm flying for, but I can't answer. Yeah, ask a refund on the landing rate. That's a good one. I should probably do that. But then again, if everybody was asking for refunds on my landing rates in real life, then by now my airline would probably be bankrupt. Business mind, why did I choose 3.6 for the cruise and not higher or lower? I went through that in the beginning of my video, but I'm just going to quickly go over it now again. So basically, if you have a look at the operational impacts here, basically, first of all, dispatch remarks, planned optimum flight level 360. So, looking at the operational impacts, going 2000 higher, so 380 would have used 2 kilos more fuel without giving any time benefit, and going 2000 feet lower would have saved 19 kilos of fuel but taken a minute longer. And since we departed 5 minutes late, I didn't want to use any additional time. Now looking at it, we were on block at 58, the schedule was on the hour, so that means that if there had been any more delays, then we might have arrived delayed, and we really didn't want to. So that's why I didn't decide to fly lower, despite it might have saved 19 kilos of fuel, but it would have taken a little bit longer. And generally, this really comes down to the winds. If we have a look at the wind data block over here, for example, over Pampas VOR, you can see Pampas VOR is round about in the middle of the flight. You can see at level 340 the wind is slightly stronger, and at level 380 it's round about the same. But on short sectors, going as high as possible is not as efficient as possible, because you are using more fuel to climb than you are saving in the descent. Alright, so the landing report is here, slightly in front of the aiming point, but that's alright. The G-forces are looking finer as well, 1.11, but 370 feet a minute, yeah. You figured it out in the comments, that must have been the Ryanair bonus. Alright, talking about Ryanair bonus, let's make our way back towards Hamburg. I pre-filed the flight earlier on, let's hope it's still there. Disconnect, reconnect, Ryanair. What are we now? 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Let's see, flight plan, fetch. No flight plan found. Okay. Give me a second, I just gotta refile it again. And here we have it already. Pre-file flight, onto VATSIM. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Remarks. I've got to do this. Sorry. Let's see if we have it now. Yep, here it is. Perfect. Some of you guys talking about which airline I may or may not fly for. The only reason I'm not saying which airline I fly for is because my airline, like most airlines, has a very strict social media policy, and I'm not a spokesperson for that airline. Therefore, I'll just keep it at, I'm flying a 737 for a European airline. And if you go and figure, then that's fine for me, but again, I'm not a spokesperson for the airline, and therefore I am not, and I will never officially confirm which airline I'm flying for. And that's the only reason. It really got nothing to do with being ashamed or anything. And to be honest, flying for my airline is pretty nice. I mean, we got a pretty nice route network. You do get to do a lot of takeoff landings, and most importantly, the atmosphere among the colleagues is pretty good. Alright, so let's have a look at the return flight. C. Clausen, no, I'm not from Hamburg, and my first name is Emanuel. Forgive me for not mentioning my second name again. My airline might not be particularly happy for doing all those videos and everything. So let's see then for our return flight. Flight planning. Come on, Sim Toolkit, you can do this. Load from SimBrief. And I'm just taking my standard beta registration here, November 737 Papa Mike. Used that for all my test flights so that I got a nice overview in the end, when the beta testing is finished, of all the flights I did. Alright, so, really nice tool here, the load sheet tool from SimBrief. You might have seen it on some of my earlier videos. So we've got 131 passengers planned. And how much cargo is it? Actually, are they done yet? No, they are not. Of course, the cargo loaders are late. Guys, exactly as in real life. This is as real as it gets. Alright, looking at the weather. Destination is fine, alternate is fine. Let's quickly have a look at the map if they planned the correct arrival. Yeah, the ANAF arrival is in. Then again, we'll arrive at about 10 o'clock during the online day on a Saturday, so I definitely want to take a little bit extra fuel. Let's just take 15 minutes on top, 600 kilos, then we end up with 5.5 tons of fuel. Alright, we have 22 minutes to go, so you know what? Some of you requested to see the outside of the aircraft earlier on, so let's do a walk around, shall we? We'll take the camera drone for this, and hope that I can actually control it halfway decently. Why did they connect the jetway? No comment on that. Lovely simulator. But I quickly need to change the settings of the drone. This is going quite a bit fast. Drone speed 3, rotation 50, I believe those are good values. So, all the probes, fine. And here we go. The airplane is still straight, we didn't bend it. So Sim Toolkit is lying with that landing rate. Nose wheel well is fine. Especially have a look at the cables for the nose wheel steering here, if there's any damage, because you can see those are not particularly big cables. And by the way, PMDG will improve the detail in the wheel well. That's something they have confirmed in public already. Yep, the green placard is still here. Oh. I want to find that pogo stick. In every product PMDG has released so far, there's been a pogo stick somewhere in here. I want to find it. This is my task for this walk around. Find me the pogo stick. Refueling going on over here. Too bad those gauges are unfortunately not active, because it's really nice to check how long the refueling is still taking. You can just have a look into the exterior refueling panel. No birds or anything sticking in here. There has been a recent case in my airline at my home base where somebody doing the walk around and he found a whole eagle sticking in here. A whole complete eagle. Well, except for the parts missing after the probably 300 kilometers an hour impact. Yeah, this is still getting more detailed. PMDG is going to update the wheel well. Don't worry about that. So why is the aft cargo door not open? That's something to write down in the flight log, but we'll quickly do this. So where's the pogo stick? It gotta be here, somewhere. No pogo stick! God damn it, I don't want to search the cabin. I have a feeling I'll have to. Again, no eagle sticking out in here, that's good. That part of the engine is hot, I can tell you. But of course, I've never personally found that out. And the latches are closed as well. I'm sure you all remember that Airbus video. That was a nice one. Okay. I want to find the pogo stick. I'm not going before we find the pogo stick. Do we have a toilet in here? No. The cabin as set is going to be completely redone to a higher level of detail, so don't be surprised if this is not 100% detailed yet. It is going to get better. In here somewhere? Come on, you can do this to me. There has to be a pogo stick here. No. Okay. You know what we're going to do then? We'll take bets in the comments as to where to find the pogo stick. And I will do a video where we are going to find it. So let me know in the comments where to search for that stick, okay guys? And in the meantime, let's get back into the flight deck. So, return sector. Let's change roles. I'm going to do this from the pilot monitoring, from the first officer's seat now. We'll start the boarding. They still didn't unload the cargo. Oh yes, this feels like exactly like in real life. Exactly like in real life. So the refueling seems to be done. Yes, yes. Okay, release, and now let's get those loaders working. Oh, there's something wrong with the zoom level. I need to figure something out to be able to keep the to be able to reset the zoom. I've got that done on the left side, but still need to figure it out for the right hand seat. Brakes have had enough cooling by now. And I was too quick with the config check. Because if the auto brake disarm light is still on and you're doing the takeoff config check, then the auto brake self-test is going to fail. Alright, so are you ready for the departure briefing? Threats for this departure, again a lot of Ryanair traffic around, so chances are for some call sign confusion, therefore we'll make especially sure that we listen to our own call sign and not to anybody else's call sign. That said, another threat is the low level of altitude and the climb now procedure in the United Kingdom. So we got a level off at 4,000 feet here from the initial climb. We can start reducing our vertical speed using VS mode as soon as the flaps are up with the no light indicated, but before we do the flaps up no lights call. And we'll use the autopilot from 1,000 feet onwards. Not a lot of hand flying on this departure. I think that pretty much covers the threats. Let's do a route check then. So we're going from Echo Golf Sierra Sierra to Echo Delta Delta Hotel, Romeo Yankee Romeo 6 Foxtrot Alpha. The routing is via Clacton, Papa 44 Somva, direct Mavas, direct Andic, November 873 Grony. Mike 105 Eelde, November 125 Revla, Tango 907 Sauron, Tango 903 Ripso. The ground distance of 439 versus 437, 3.1 remaining. We need 1.9 for diversion to Bremen. Time UTC 1817, altimeter 1026 reading 350, flight directors are on with the master on my side, standby instrument set. It's a right seat takeoff, runway 04, flaps 5, NADP 2, and we do not have any specials on this one. Emergencies as briefed earlier on, EO sits straight at 25 miles, climbing 3000, that's safe above the MSA of 1800. Pushback to the right hand side, either onto the east or the west line, and then for the taxi, let's quickly get the chart. Here it is. Then it's probably the first left onto Juliet, Lima. We'll take Lima 1 figures, and probably we're going via hotel or Kilo. Departure Clacton 5 Sierra is over here on a chart 30-3 Charlie, effective 24th of February. Speed max 250, below level 100 unless otherwise authorized by ATC. And that's 250 in here. And I'll just put 220 knots for the first turn in here as well now. Okay. So for the routing, we climb on the runway track to 1 DME from ISAT, then it's a right turn 115. Oops. Here we are. So 044 to the alpha point, that's 1 DME, then a right turn onto 115 to 14 DME barkway between 3 and 4,000 feet. 3,000 above here, 4,000 on the next one. Then same track 3 miles to 17 mile point at 4,000, 4.4 miles to 21 DME at 4,000. Left turn 087 versus 085, good enough. To 16 DME from Clacton at 5,000, same track 3 miles. To 13 DME at 6,000, and then same track at Monte Clacton, climbing to 6,000. Conventional backup, we proceed straight ahead to 1 mile from the ILS, that's active on the left hand side. Then we join the radial 115 outbound from Barkway, that's set active on my side. And then finally we're going to rejoin the radial 267 inbound to Clacton. which is pre-selected on standby in your side. Any questions? Alright. And that's the briefing complete. Let's quickly see. They've offloaded the bags, so we've just got to put the new ones on now. And then we should hopefully be ready to go. Passengers are on board, and the fuel is already done. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and I would like to welcome you aboard this Ryanair flight 1920 going to Hamburg, operated by PMDG Airlines. The flight time today is in the region of about 1 hour and 10 minutes, depending on the traffic situation at our arrival, and we do expect good flight conditions. I would like to thank you very much for joining us on today's flight. Hope that you will enjoy it as much as we will most certainly do. And finally, the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features on board this Boeing 737-700 aircraft. Please pay good attention as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the people sitting around you. Once again, thank you very much for your attention, and you're all very warm welcome aboard this Ryanair flight operated by PMDG. Okay, so while they are loading, let's start with a transit before start checklist down to FMC CDU. It's gear pins. 1, 2, 3 removed. Oxygen tested 100%. Yaw damper on. Fuel. Let's see. 4,869 required. We have 5,480 on board with 4 pumps on. Fasten belts on, window heat on, air can press, PAX auto, bleeds on set, pressurization mode selector, auto, instruments cross-checked, auto brakes, RTO, speed brake, down to tent, parking brake, set, step and cutout switches, normal, radius radar and transponder, standby, rudder and aileron trims, 3 and 0, take a briefing discussed, PA complete, holding at FMC CDU. So, are they done? Yes, they are done. That's good. Alright, so let's go and do some takeoff performance. So we are in London Stansted, runway 04. We said we're going to use Lima 1 figures. It's a dry runway. The wind 070 at 7, temperature 16, QNH 1026, optimum max 5 auto off. Okay, let's see. We have a zero fuel weight 50.1 versus 49.8, close enough, and that's 55.7. Why did it lose the QNH again? Did that on the previous flight already? But well, here we are. Now it lost it. There's something wrong with this tool, but I'm going to contact the developers because it is a really good tool. But as of right now, it's still a work in progress. So don't be surprised. I'm sorry. Don't be surprised if you see things happening here. Right, 22k and 49 degrees. 22. 49, 87.6 versus 86.9, that matches. Okay, flaps 5, trim 6.4, and the speed's 242629. Which we have here. Right, let's start that APU. And 6.4 units, and for A 1348. Okay, so ground 11725.
AC-20 Neo, reference formation 0, request IFR clearance to Glasgow.
CQ168, Stansted Hello, clear Glasgow, the Harbour 1 Sierra departure, squawk 1151.
So now comes the hard point, getting an IFR clearance in Stansted, and you can believe me, they don't have a delivery open in real life most of the time of the day as well, and then it sometimes really takes long to get your clearance.
UV168, correct?
Stansted ground, good evening, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Stand number 24 information, Zulu 737-700 with 1026 requesting IFR clearance to Hamburg.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, Stansted ground, hello, cleared Hamburg, Clacton 50, departure squawk 7536.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha is clear to Hamburg, Clacton 5 Sierra departure squawk 7536.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, correct.
When you get a squawk that includes 75 or 77 at the beginning, always set the last digits first. Because once you're squawking 75, you can't really take it back anymore.
Hello, welcome to London Stansted, taxi stand.
Alright, 4,000 feet, Clacton 5 Sierra 7536.
Stand 5, 1 left. Stand 5, 1 left, then it's all okay.
So let's quickly recap. We've got Sim Toolkit running. We've got the payload on board, everything's set, shocks are removed already, very good. So let's complete the before start checklist. FMC CDU set, M1I S-Box, automatic reduced 22K, speeds 242629 set, step trim 6.4 set, performance weight and balance, sign send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight deck windows and cockpit door, locked, doors, closed, passengers, yeah, seated. Before start checklist, complete to the line. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, stand 24, request push and start.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, stand 24, push start, approved 1, 2, Bravo, Bravo.
Stand 24, push start, approved onto Bravo East, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, Bravo East line is the one that's further away from us.
1952, stand 20, push start, approved.
So that's this line here. Oh no, it's only spawning the truck now. In other words, it's gonna take time. Yeah, cancel, stop. Come on. Tree plan.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
No problem. Thank you very much for trying to take care of it.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. We have a small issue with our pushback truck. Is our clearance going to be valid in another minute or so, or shall we cancel the clearance and call you back?
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, it's still valid. Just make sure you start push within 1 minute.
6 Fox Alpha, we should be moving in a minute.
Thank you.
Okay, below
sir,
the line.
The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, air complex
cleared
off,
for push
anti-collision
start.
light on,
Please
parking brake
release
set,
parking brake.
transponder out off. And brake
Parking
released.
brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
Yeah, we'll start in the sequence.
Okay, master caution, air conditioning, dual bleed, that's normal. Okay, off block at 29, 4 minutes delay, and we'll put that on delay code 62, operational requirements, due to the first officer having to find the pogo stick. Then we'll start engine number 2. And 2. All pressure. And 1. So here you just got to see how tight the 25-minute turnaround actually is. It is manageable. Keep in mind that normally you would have one pilot doing the walk around while the other is doing the system setup, and then you have a few minutes to spare, but not a lot really. Start a cutout, monitor 2, 2, 4, 6, 3, number 2 stable, start number 1. And 2. All pressure. And 1.
Ground teaser 168, ready for push and start.
Pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brake set. Ground. Startup is complete. You may disconnect.
Push and start for the
Roger, good
takeoff,
engine
teaser
start. Clear to
168.
disconnect. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Push to the Charlie taxi, easy 168.
Static cutout, monitor 1,
Sorry,
2,
Charlie
4,
West for easy 168.
6, 3, red line is gone, number 1 stable. Okay, flight controls, full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, full left, full right, neutral. After start checklist. Sorry, before taxi checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches, continuous, probe beat on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, PAX auto bleeds on, isolation valve auto, flaps 5 required, 5 selected, 5 green light, step trim 6.4 sets, start levers, oil return, flight controls checked, recall checked, before taxi checks complete. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, request taxi. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha number 2 behind the Eurowings on the west line, then taxi holding point 04 via Juliet and Lima, hold short Lima 3. Hold short Lima 1, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha.
Stansted ground teaser 168, sorry I'm having a problem with my
Okay,
chart.
so the Eurowings should be coming up
West.
any moment here. Yeah, there he is.
First taxi way behind for Charlie West, teaser 168.
This is really tight, by the way, on the lines here, but you saw that his nose wheel was on the line, we are on the line, and then it actually fits with about a meter between the wingtips. Alright, we're familiar with the taxi routing, so that chart can go away. Left and right are both clear. A little faster in the turn, that's why I just overshot a little bit, because I didn't want to apply too much nose wheel steering in order not to damage the airplane. Okay, before takeoff checklist down to the line. Config, checked, flaps 5, green light, stab trim 6.4, set, takeoff briefing. It's going to be a right to takeoff on runway 04, flaps 5, NLDP 2. Packs, auto bleeds on, anti-ice off, and the takeoff speeds 124, 126, 129 set. Squawk is in, and the SIT is leading us straight at 1 mile, then right and out. Contact departure when advised by ATC. And the EO SIT trader at 25 miles, climbing 3,000 feet. Any questions? Okay, then holding it cabin. And the cabin is secure before takeoff checks complete down to the line.
Stansted clearing, DC 160, ready for taxi. Full possession, DC 160.
Oh man, that's a close parking to the hangar over there with a winglet. That's pretty darn close. One to 3 decimal 8, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, good day. Stansted Tower low, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, taxi in Lima Bond, ready.
Wind 1952, Stansted Tower, hello, 04, clear for takeoff, surface wind 070 at 7.
Stansted Tower low, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, taxi in Lima 1, ready.
Yeah, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, thank you, heard you the first time.
Yep, but we didn't hear any answer. Yeah, that's exactly how ATC should not do it. Like, heard you the first time but then don't reply. Because the pilot can't know if he heard him the first time. It might have been blocked out, he might just not have heard it. If he wants me to monitor the tower frequency, which is what they do at the real Stansted.
Behind departing Eurowings via Lima 1, line up and wait 04 behind.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha behind, Eurowings, line up 04 behind. Okay, confirm readback. Behind the Eurowings, which is gone already, line up runway 04 behind. So yeah, if they want us to monitor the tower, they shall say so. Otherwise, if you don't get a readback, you're going to call again. Alright, before takeoff checklist, down below the line. MCP, set, transponder, TARA, strobe lights on, holding there.
Eurowings 1952, report your passing altitude to London Control 119.775. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha 04, clear for takeoff, surface wind 070 degrees 7.
Runway 04, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, our landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete, timing. Stabilized, set takeoff thrust. Checked.
Z1, rotate. Red line.
Gear up.
Ryanair 58, Stansted Tower, hello, runway 04, clear to land, surface wind 070.
On earth.
Clear to land, you're on 04, right.
Command B, back up.
6 Foxtrot Alpha, push your passing altitude to London control, 119.775, bye-bye.
119.775, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, bye-bye. London control, hello, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, 2600, climbing 4000, collecting 5 Sierra. Flaps 1. Split check. Climb now, flight level 110, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Set, 110 checked. Reset climb now, so we can cancel all those lovely restrictions. Flips up. And set standard. Passing 3-3, climbing 110. Flips up, no lights. VNAV, after takeoff checklist. Right, air conditioner pressurization is 2.0, slightly climbing. And set. Altimeters, standard passing 46, climbing 110. Set. After takeoff checklist complete. And I'm happy to release the cabin crew. It's 10 degrees, bit of clouds, engine ATS on. Tie. And let's delete the 220 restriction as well.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, contact London control,
121.225, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, bye-bye. London control, good evening, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, passing level 86, climbing 110, inbound, on the collecting 5 Sierra. Fly heading 095, climb level 130, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, set, 130 checked, heading select, VNAV. Rumours are that British Air Traffic Control gets extra salary if they vector you along the SID. But that's just rumours. Right, altimeters, passing 105, climbing 130, 10 checks. Fuel is balanced with 4 pumps on, the lights going off, APU off, air compress, 4.3 climbing. Set, fasten belts, auto recall checked, 1 to 1.5. Monitoring, 10 checks complete. And vertical speed.
Heading your speed on 120.5
Engine and TIs off.
for Ryanair 509. Thank you very much.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, climb flight level 210. Set, 210 checked. VNAV. Full climb thrust please. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, left turning 050 degrees.
London Control, the Foxtrot Charlie, inbound, EDS 121. Descending by level 1 into the Foxtrot Charlie.
Vertical speed. One to go. 127.1 with the heading Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Bye bye. London Control, good evening, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, flight level 210, heading 050.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, London Control, climb level 350.
Climb flight level 350 on the heading, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Set, 350 checked, VNAV.
Flight level 150, left my fin, speed front ring. When at 44 you can stand go east and looking for cushion stop. On at 44 you can get cushion stop through. Stop through when at 44. Zero wind 19.2 direct to Maba. Ryanair 20 Bravo Delta descend, flight level 220.
Let's actually turn on some lights here. and show you some of the magic that the simulator can do.
Ryanair falling the hotel descends, flight level 220.
Yeah, 220 and air full.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, resume navigation direct Somba.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, direct Sonba.
Ryanair 20 Bravo Delta contact.
Sonba, execute. Unavailable. LNAV.
Thank you. Ryanair 9 Victor Zulu B270 knots, descend flight level 220.
B270 knots, descending flight level 220, Ryanair 9 Victor Zulu.
Ryanair 6 Bravo Juliet, descend flight level 220.
So looking at this, I really like the lighting system in this simulator. I can't overemphasize how good it looks. But then again, I'm German, I have to complain, so those shadows look awful. But that's something of the base simulator, not of the PMDG 737. You get where this is going. As a German, I just... For every time I say something is very good, I have to say something else is not. That's just German.
Break. Ryanair 6 Bravo Juliet, report to speed to London, 121.25. Zero winds 1952, Amsterdam radar on 125, 150. Candidate is 996, Combo,
We'll probably get that same frequency later on.
That station say you called the name.
Ryanair 58.
Ryanair 58, Zulu London Control, the Greenwich 1 Alpha, arrival C10, flight level 240, 280. And the running for we Air 44, you can change it next to 109. Off 109, Ryanair 43. Ryanair 9, Victor Zulu, contact London Control 121.225.
London Control 121.225, Ryanair 9 Victor Zulu, goodbye.
Ryanair 40 Hotel, contact London 121.225.
121.225, bye-bye.
Angle of bank 10. Degrees on the cabin. Let's turn that down slightly. Oh, Phoenix. Very nice. That got to be the Phoenix A320. Heard them fly under their own call sign a couple of times already on the network here. Really nice to see them flying as well. The Phoenix A320 is something that I'm actually really looking forward to as well.
Ryanair 3004 ready to push and start.
And I'm really looking forward to see how it's going to compare to the PMDG 737, because both are promising to be some really high-end good airplanes.
Good evening, Canberra 513.
Sorry, enter 513, London Control, when ready, descend to level 300.
When ready, descend 300, Canberra 513.
Ryanair 58 meters to descend level 220, level by limit. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, climb level 390.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, climb level 390. Set. 390 tracked. 1, 2, and 3. 3 times, monitoring the 1 to 1.5.
London, Lufthansa 1255, flight level 280, Mach decimal 75.
1255, under control, descend level 250, speed 280 now.
1255, descend level 250, speed 280.
1255,
1 Alpha arrival, Lufthansa 1255.
One airport, we need to send our approach 09, are you ready? One airport, we need to send 09, clear takeoff, 0.011. And I'll tip that one airport for you. 534, and off 109. Taxi Golf 109 at 2504.
Under control, good evening, Ryanair 58 Lima Kilo, would you flight level 350?
58 Lima Kilo from control.
It's really nice here in the 737-700 that you can see the winglet so easily. In the 800 you basically only see it until about here where I've got my mouse right now. And that's the best you get when you really smash your face against the window. But in the 700 you have a really good look, and I'm already really looking for 125.750 Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, bye.
Get him 60 Alpha, descend level 70, cross Sugo 100 and below. See direct to Sugo. Direct Sugo, descend to flight level 70 and Sugo between 770 and 100. Get at 60 Alpha head. Thunder 89 Tango Whiskey to Bremen 123.925 3.5. Up to 3925 and up to
Goedenavond, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha passing 369, climbing 390 in Monsamba.
Hello, 6 Foxtrot Alpha Amsterdam, maintain 390, proceed direct to Refla.
Maintain 390, Refla, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha.
Ryanair 5
Refla.
Charlie Mike, contact London 127.1.
Execute.
Ryanair 5 Papa Lima, London 127.
LNF available. LNF.
One Papa Whiskey, hello, Roger, continue. Ebert 77 Charlie, contact London 127.1. Ebert 278, call London 127.1.
Want to go, monitoring VNAV.
Amsterdam radar, good day, Ryanair 142 and level 3 possible.
Hello, 140 Juliet, there's an issue with your flight plan. I will send you a private chat message to update your flight plan.
Alright, I will send you the flight plan via private chat Ryanair 1.
Negative, I will send you a message with a new route.
Alright, got it. Thank you.
Ryanair 140 Juliet, proceed direct to Nogro.
We sadly don't have Nogro in our database, Ryanair 142.
Yeah, that's not an option, sir. You're flying to a major event, it's very busy. You have to have the latest database. We cannot help you if you're unable to navigate.
Okay, concept. So let's do a quick fuel check here.
Hello, Falcon 782 Amsterdam, continue.
Top of climb 16 minutes versus 19 minutes, but we've been almost level and in the 3-to-1 rule for a while, so that makes sense. We've around about 4,000 on board versus 3,350 planned. That's alright. Fuel used 1.5, so we're spot on.
Get him 60 Alpha after Sugo, shut up Papa Lima.
So we're just about over Marvas It's always good not to only to use the top-up climb, but an actual waypoint, because the top-up climb, you see, the time can vary, therefore the fuel flow can vary, but a waypoint is always something that's fixed. So we beam Mavis now, supposed to have 3.3, we have 4 tons, and the burn is spot on.
Walker 2079 on this.
Walker 2079.
And Dobak is going to be the border to Maastricht radar, and that's all we need.
Readable for 2079.
Walker 2079.
Right, so 143 miles. That means we've got a couple minutes to actually answer some questions. So if you have any questions, please put them in the comments now, and I'm going to try to answer them as good as I can. Ah, looking at the comments, I see Matthias here. Welcome. Yeah, Matthias, thank you so much, now that you're just mentioning it, that I've been one of your employees for a while. Yes, indeed I've been, and honestly, if I had not worked for Aerosoft, I would not have been able to finance that pilot license, and I would not have been able to be in the position where I am now. So Matthias, thank you very, very much. Without you, my career as it is would not have been possible. Thank you. And Brandon, I've seen it already. I haven't seen Hans yet, but I'm sure Hans can't be that far away. And iDog Joe, why I'm so handsome, is really that when I just finished my A-levels in school, Matthias gave me that opportunity to start working for Aerosoft. And I've been working for them for quite a while and have had the chance to earn the money there that paid my ATPL. So I'm really grateful for Matthias and for Aerosoft for the opportunities they gave me to get where I am now, because without them I don't see how it would have been possible to actually get there.
Get him 6 off, not approach 1-1-2, mate. Super approach 1-1, decimal 2, till end 6 outside. Thanks, bye-bye.
Business mind, do you have a lot of fuel events? Do you mean like low fuel situations? Then the answer is no, I haven't had a single one. Not a single one. Beluga, unfortunately I don't want to mention which airline I'm working for, because yeah, my airline is not a big fan of social media, and I'm not a spokesperson for the airline. Therefore I prefer to keep that private, but it's a 737 operator in Europe. Matt Haynes, Route 2 is not currently implemented. It is something PMDG is working on for a future version, but as of right now, Route 2 is not implemented in the aircraft. Gamer Diol, no, I have not had a lightning strike, at least not one I've noticed on any of my flights. Spugo, my resolution is a 4K, 3860 times 2100 and a bit, but the streaming software is sizing it down to 1900 times 1280, and that's because my internet is not the fastest. I live in Germany after all, we don't have good internet here. So I had to size it down slightly in order to be able to give you a fluid stream. In business mind, nope, I didn't have any fume events either. Marco, the yoke movement is not 100% smooth, but it's better than it is, or better than it was on the P3D version.
131.
And Brandon, I've got a message for Hans here as well. Take a close look.
Negative 131.1.
131.1 for 2079. Have a good one.
But that's for insiders, guys. Sorry.
London 127.1. London 137.1. Bye-bye, FedEx 27, call London 127.1.
Christian, how do I compare the flight physics to real life? Is it too arcadish? Well, no, I wouldn't say so. Let me start a slightly different way. Even in real life, the full flight simulator, you can see that it's a computed flight model. In the real airplane, you just have a little bit... you can feel the weight of the plane a little bit more than on any computed model, including the full flight simulators. And I tend to say that in the PMDG, it's pretty similar to the full flight simulator. Of course, the exact feel will depend on the hardware, so... yeah, I would say it's alright. Now, I can't say it's superb, because I don't think any flight simulator can be superb, but it's alright. Yeah, simple Arne. Theoretically I can. In practical terms, I have to live close to the airport, and, well, that's how it worked out with the internet connection. It was supposed to be 250 Mbit when I moved in, and once I've been there, it turned out to be 50. 50.
Hello, also. Sorry, say again?
Chris, is it possible to have the FMS on a tablet? Not an initial release, but there is somebody working for a third-party solution to have it on a tablet.
Direct to go, so...
Miguel, how do I set the cameras? I'm simply using the default Flight Simulator Translate View key commands. That's how I move my camera around. Kimbert, will there be a checklist available? I guess you're probably referring to a tutorial, but both the normal checklists as well as the tutorials will be included in the manuals that are going to be delivered with the aircraft. Business Mind, can I plan a random emergency descent? Emergency event? You can trigger random failures. G-Bay 2608, so in short we're not getting a worse plane in MSFS than in P3 in terms of how it flies. No, absolutely not. In fact, it flies a little bit better. Marcos 2 power, that's because I didn't say which airline I'm working for. Boeing versus Airbus, have I ever been into Lima Tango Alpha Sierra? No, unfortunately my airline does not fly to Turkey. Captain Alex, what do I use for model matching? I'm using the... what are they called again? The Alpha India group models. And the model matching file itself is the one from flightsim.to, which a friend of mine has modified a little bit. And since it's a modified file, I'm actually not allowed to share it, just in case you're going to ask, sorry. The Marmadoy, short opinion about Airbus. Airbuses are great aircraft. That's a short opinion. Andrew Meyer, I'm flying on the line since 2018 and I'm a first officer. Marco Milone, any chance you fly the Boeing business jet? Unfortunately not in real life. And in the simulator I might do a flight with it across the Atlantic Ocean, in which I'm actually going to do some ETOPS tutorials as well. I've already asked a friend of mine who is a pilot for an airline that's flying transatlantic, and we'll set up something together to give you an ETOPS tutorial for the 737. Marcus Stupa, yes, the company is Europe-based. Yes, it has the 737-700. Joshua, is the 737 releasing with checklists? Well, as I said, a tutorial and the normal checklist are going to be included with the aircraft. Boeing versus Airbus? No, I can't give you a tip, sorry. And rather be flying? Yes, absolutely, they might be able to figure it out, and honestly, I don't mind if somebody figures it out. It's just that I'm not a spokesperson for the airline, so I'm not going to say it. If somebody is able to figure it out by the way I'm flying in the simulator, by places I've visited, then that's fine. I don't mind you knowing it. All I mind about is me saying it. And I mind about it being said officially in the stream comments as well, because, again, not supposed to happen. Spooglu, ATPL is difficult. Well, yes, it is. But it's definitely doable. It's not like rocket science.
Do we get 8 Hotel 9, proceed direct also?
When the 737 will release, do you Noch something.
Ryanair 6 Fox Alpha,
I guess.
123-925.
123-925, Ryanair 6 Fox Alpha, bye.
Hi. Delta 367 for London 127.1.
Bremen Radar, guten Abend, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, Level 390 in Mount Refler.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha,
Ripso 1 Papa arrival, direct to Ripso, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, direct to Ripso. Execute. LNAV available, LNAV. And Ripso 1 Papa is in. Alright, we are slowly nearing the top of descent, so thank you for all the questions. I'm going to answer more at the end of the video, after we've landed and shot the airplane down in Hamburg. But for now, let's get back to the professional part that I really want to focus my channel on. The idea behind my channel is that I'm going to show you how we are flying this airplane professionally, and in cruise, when we have time to talk, then I'm happy to answer questions. When we're standing on the ground and have some time, I'm happy to answer questions as well. But now let's get back to what this channel is all about, and let's do some more flying, shall we?
Right now, no information regarding that.
So let's get Natus here. Hamburg Gators, Lima, ILS 23, transition level 60. AQNH 1023. So let's request that descent wind. And CAF OK, that's very nice. So we're going to have an excellent view in Hamburg. I gotta love the sunsets in the simulator. Still not 100% as nice as real life though, so if you are considering to become a pilot, do it. Real life is looking better than Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, are you ready for the approach briefing? Threats for the arrival. We have crossing runways in Hamburg, so we gotta make sure there's nobody moving on the crossing runway by the time that we are landing on runway 23. Apart from that, it might get busy. There might be some VFR traffic as well due to the good visibility, but we'll stay in airspace Charlie at all times. So I don't see any special procedures warranted for the VFR traffic. Alright, then we have 250 below 100, forecast page is filled in, rings runway 23, 10-4. Arrival is the Ripso 1 Papa, that's on chart over here. Max 250 below 100, we've put that in. and we are familiar with all this. So Ripso below flight level 110. What was that? So just the model matching. Okay. Okay. So Ripso Delta Hotel 620 max 220 knots. Then Delta Hotel 623. And let's quickly calculate what that ends up with if we join it up with a center fix. 632.
Traffic.
Oh, where is he? Off scale again. Over here. Yeah, that's just VPilot injecting some interesting moving traffic, so unfortunately that happens from time to time now. So 632, 220 knots and 4,800 feet. So now we're covered for a shortcut as well. And 632, edge point 635, 655 and the final. 657 above 4,000 feet. From there we join the ILS approach runway 23. That's chart 11-3 from the 8th January 21. Course is 228, frequency is 111.5, and we're going down to a minimum of 255, which is set on both sides. MSA 2100 around Hamburg VOR, so 3000 is keeping us safe. Pisas is the final approach fix. That's over here, Pisas. And that's minimum 170 knots, so we'll actually make that 170 knots or more in the FMC here. At 3,000 feet, we've got a 3-degree glide path down to the minimum 255. Missed approach straight at 5.5 dm Ulster. It's Ulster 6 here on the runway track. Then we turn left to Hamburg VOR. And climb in 4,000 feet, that's in as well. Okay, go around as previously briefed. We'll need 1.9 on the arrival. We have 2.9, so 25 minutes extra fuel. Burning 700 kilos. I'll calculate with 600 due to the possible shortcut, 53.1. So let's do some quick mathematics here. Landing en route, we are going to Hamburg, runway 23, 2.5, dry. Where is my meter? Here's my meters. 310 at 8. Temperature 141023. 53,100. Calculate. So looking at this, break 3 gets us to Delta 4. So that's over here, and that's perfectly fine. So flaps 30, auto brakes 3. Brake cooling 22 minutes, but it's the last sector of the day, so brake cooling is not an issue. So flaps 30, auto brakes 3. And we'll come off at Delta 4, most likely taxi Delta, cross 3-3, and then somewhere here to the apron. Looking at the apron here, we'll most likely park somewhere down south here or somewhere on the apron over here. You have any questions? Okay. And descent checklist. Pressurization, land out 50, anti-ice off, approach refuel, discussed, ES outbox, checked and set. Descent checklist complete. Reset MCP altitude. Let's request descent. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, request descent. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, descent to reach level 110 at Ripso. Set. 110 checked. And it'll start the descent by itself anyway in a second. Alright. So just to give you a quick view of this flight deck from some different perspectives, this is really something I like here. Especially like this with these lighting conditions. This is awesome, isn't it? Another perspective I really like is this one. By the way, some of you have complained earlier that you couldn't see pixels on the displays. Watch how you can see them on the clock, but not on the displays. And the reason for that is you really have to go this close. And now you actually see something. And that's just like it is on the real 737. Just like this. Let's get some background lights in as well. Just a little bit. Also note those small details you have here on the windshield with some scratches, well, not scratches, but with some dirt every now and then, and that's just how the 737 is. Now all that's missing is all those bugs that are splattered over the windshield. And that you always complain about when you see a nice perspective, but then you can't take a proper picture of it. Disclaimer, of course using the electronic flightbacks camera, not a personal mobile device. Disclaimer end. Because then the camera will only focus on the dirt on the windscreen. Okay, because it's so nice, and because I know some of you are asking, quick view from the outside as well. Alright, here we are, back where we are supposed to be. Angle of bank 25. Another really nice feature of Microsoft Flight Simulator is how you can see the shadow of the Earth coming up. With the sun slowly setting beyond the horizon, over here. Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, our speed is 243 knots. Oh yes, Costin 6. Alright, so with the sun setting below the horizon here, the Earth is actually casting a shadow. You can see this on the other side here, and it's slowly rising up. And during the dusk you can see it coming up higher and higher until it finally gets all over you, and then you're flying at night. That's something that I've never been able to see from the Earth's surface, but it's so beautiful when you see this in the real airplane. And I'm so glad to see that Asobo and Microsoft have actually modeled this. Good one. Made the call, still on the radar frequency. And the English translation was literally... Interesting. This is still Allah. That's the name of the ATC sector. Then... Alright, I didn't press the button. Yeah. That's right. Track required. I disagree with that. Those main panel lights here are fully redesigned in the PMDG and the in the PMDG 737 for Microsoft Flight Simulator, and they look like the real deal, unlike in P3D where it apparently was not possible to make light scatter on the panel like it did, like it does here now. On 34.250 Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, cheers. So, as far as I'm aware, that is actually an approach controller there. So let's just quickly check the latest status before we call him. Lima, unchanged. Bremen Beta, good Abend, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, passing level 193, descending 110, in Madrid, so information Lima, speed 250. Yeah, a little bit of speed break as well now. T425, that's what he said. Bremen Radar, good Abend, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, passing 186, descending 110, in Madrid, so information Lima, speed 250.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, Bremen Radar, 85.
Continue.
Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, Military, Delta Hotel 6.
Delta Hotel 620, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. 620, that's checked, execute. Not available, hell no. Landing at 56, so we're just about on time, but that's alright. Probably gonna save a couple of minutes here as well. Let's put the seatbelt lights on. there's Hamburg over there.
Wobei, Moment, jetzt bin ich los. Fliege erstmal, continue heading, I expect 20 later on.
So currently not a lot going on, he's saying. That's pretty good. In other words, no additional delay for us. So hopefully we'll be on stand on time. 106 Foxtrot Alpha descent, reach level 708, waypoint 620. Set, 70 checked. And it's planned 88 there, so let's make it a little bit less even. 70 is in. So here we are. $250. We'll need some speed brake to get down here, but that's fine. Emanuel sagt auch sorry. So to translate the German, somebody just said, yeah. Somebody just said he has to turn my stream down, otherwise he can't hear the controller anymore. And here we are back on path, speed brake stowed. Aircraft over there, 10 miles, that's gotta be him. And what's that red thing over there? Oh, I guess I don't even want to know. Ah, that's probably something on the river. Well, we've got more important stuff to do. Altimeters, passing 100, descending 70, 10 checks. Fuel is balanced, actually let's get some light. Fuel is balanced, 4 pumps on, the lights are on, angle of bank 25, aircon and press 3.6, descending, set. On a 6 Fox Alpha, maintaining 250 beyond waypoint 620. So now of course we are much too low again. Okay, so where were we? Fast melts on, recall checked. Let's dim the lights. Recall checked, 1 to 1.5. Deselected. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing.
Please say the frequency again.
1 to go, maintaining the rate.
123.925. It's Owen.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Runway 6 Foxtrot Alpha, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1023. Set, 5,000 checked, set altimeter 1023. And yeah, we'll do this in vertical speed, since we're pretty low already. Passing 7,260, descending 5,000, no flex, and standby altimeter. Set. So let's do a frisk check then. Frequencies 111.5, rings around the runway 23, 10-4, idents. India Hotel Whiskey set twice, 10 instruments. Set and the course is 228. Approach checklist, altimeters and instruments, second cross checked, approach rates, checked and set, approach checklist complete. So there's people turning in over here, so we'll probably fly out here a little bit, and we can also just delete this restriction here. Runway 6 Foxtrot Alpha, speed 220 and 118 decimal 2, bye bye. Danke. Director, guten Abend, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. So we've pretty much completed everything, so let's just have a little fun, shall we? Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, descent 4,000, 1024. 4,000, checked, 1024.
Power 16850.
And let's do a little bit of raw data flying here. Runway 6 Fox Alpha, right heading 190, intercept localizer 23. 190. And Ipso on top. Sorry, Pisa's on top with an extended center line.
Giving 105 to speed 170 knots until 595. Pacific Hotel, sunwest heading 250 and the localizer 2. Entering 250 and That looks like it's over.
Localizer alive.
One on that side, 2 tower, 12685, that's over there. Run a 6 spots for Alpha out of 4,000, clear to left to 3.
Out of 4,000, clear to left to 3, Ryanair 6 Fox Alpha. Any speed?
For the moment, we will not call you in, I would say 26.
220.
Today, Kilo needs some 4,000. 4,000 feet,
so, localizer captured. Runway heading 228.
Eurowings to kill Mike Hamburg director.
Speed 180 at great until 6, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha.
Turn right heading 300.
Descent 4,000 feet, Eurowings to kill Mike.
And glide slop capture, 4,000 feet, missed approach set. Flaps 1. Speed checked. 180 knots.
Turn our right, heading 2 steps.
Right.
Yeah, we went practice for that transfer, but it's something like that. Eurowings 2 kilo Mike, able to climb to 5,000 against crossing
Plus
traffic
5.
at 4,000.
Speed checked.
Climbing 5,000 again, Eurowings to kill Mike.
For Alpha, contact tower 16857.
12685 Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Ciao.
Left heading 260, Eurowings to kill Mike.
Terrain noted. Hamburg Tower, moin moin, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, ILS 23. I've just clicked my push to talk key twice here just as a silent confirmation. That's the least you should do. I'm just going to work ahead a little bit here, since I don't have a pilot monitoring available to do this for me. Come on, landing lights. Here we are. Right, gear down, flap 15. Landing checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall, checked, speed brake, arm green light, landing gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, 3 set, holding at flaps.
60 to holding point, runway.
1,000.
Check.
Gateway from left to the right and roll.
Flaps 30.
Connected, the aircraft will be coming from right to left.
Speed check, flaps 30.
Oh, sorry, from right to left in the International 700 Lufthansa Cargo Runner 1.
Okay, flaps. 30, 30 green light, landing lights are non-standard on already. We're still pending the clearance, but there is one guy just taking off now.
500.
Coming to take that land, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. 500 continue, landing lights are on, landing checks complete.
Was 100.
Checked.
Minimums.
Continue.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Speed brake up, thrust reverse normal, and idle reverse. 100 knots. 80 knots. 60 knots.
Tower confirmed there's an aircraft in front of us, or is that just an orphan?
Yeah, on the network there's not, so this must be on your side.
Copy that.
You're wing 1952, 150 on your side, and the aircraft 177, bye-bye. Dankeschön, so geht's so weiter. Lufthansa 24 Kelly, please be going 727 on our ticket now, 50 land von der Ticket Lufthansa über Rote. Von Alpha, wir kommen von Hamburg, Taxi Stand 2 via Gate 1, thank you.
Ryanair 6 Fox Alpha, can we actually get something on the main apron since the new terminal is not quite open yet?
Yeah, let's then make it via Golf, which was expect somewhere on the output stand.
Vielen Dank, via Golf, Full Shot Territory, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, Golf is the one straight ahead.
Kilo Hamburg Tower 9. Establish the ILS runway 23.
2 Kilo Hamburg Tower 9, number 2, and Captain Altitude Alpha, Hamburg 60, takeoff, bye-bye.
60 clear takeoff, Hotel Julia Alpha.
Lufthansa 1 Tango, behind parking Challenger 700, and up on the 50 behind.
Behind the departure Challenger 700, line up and wait behind Lufthansa Cargo Runner 1.
Ryanair 6 Fox Alpha for you, it's gonna be the apprechiated stand 4.
Stand 4 2, Ryanair 6 Fox Alpha, thanks. Okay, let's have a quick look here. So 42 is actually down south here. Oh, so that's pretty close, that's actually quite good.
Left right at 1 hold short 150.
Left right at 1 hold short 150, Lufthansa Hotel.
Cargo Runner 1 Tango, wind 2146 knots, 150, for takeoff,
Cleared for takeoff, Lufthansa Cargo Runner 1 Tango, danke dir, ciao, ciao.
Ja, hallo,
7 Juliet, direct 23. 7 Juliet, Hamburg, Tower, good day. Number 2 will take you back to Pushback.
Okay, we're not clear to cross yet. The 3 minutes are passed, so shutdown number 2. Okay, join runway 33 and Bravo 1, hold short Zulu 5, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, that's a little unexpected, but okay, confirm clearance. So we backtrack runway. Then Bravo 1 is to the right hand side, hold short Zulu 5, okay. Who's put this light here? That's definitely not supposed to be on the taxiway center line. Clear left, clear right. So here comes our runway bomb. 121.7, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha, tschüss.
No, to be Mac was 7 local level 3.
Hamburg Apron, guten Abend, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha on Bravo 1, holding short Zulu 5. Gate 42 by Zulu 5, Ryanair 6 Foxtrot Alpha. Okay, so 42 is actually slightly to our left-hand side. So, start the APU.
Departure frequency after passing 2,000 feet will be terrain radar 119.5%.
Okay, thank you for your target. Zulu 25 and I'm ready for taxi.
Sometimes when you're taxiing single engine, you just need that tiny bit more than 40% in order to get the airplane moving when it's slightly facing uphill. It's really not the standard, but sometimes it does happen in the real one as well. But since there was nobody behind us, at least I didn't hear anyone on the radio. So there is nothing written on here. So it gotta be the next one then. Stand 42. Nothing written here either. Yeah, this one it is. Well, this one it has to be since somebody just logged in over there. Alright. So 2 blue, 1 red, engine stats. Cabin crew, disarm slides and open doors. 20%. Let's do the full shut-in checklist. So, fuel pumps. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm asking for the checklist without actually having done the flow. You can tell it's getting late, right? Okay, so fuel pumps, 1 on, electrical, APU, fasten belts, off, window heat off, probe heat auto, NDIs off, electric hydraulic pumps off, voice recorder, again, not installed the switch, air compacts off, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior light set, start switches off, auto brake off, speed brake down attend, flaps up no light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2000 standby, CBRCB in, and cockpit door unlocked. That's the shutdown checklist complete, so let's start our deboarding. Alright, so that is it for now. Thank you very much for joining me on today's live stream. And now, as promised, let's do a quick Q&A session at the end, now that we finally have a little bit of time available here. So, I'm open for all your questions now, except the question I'm working for. As said, not gonna answer that. So, Business Mind is asking, have you ever wanted to be an army pilot? The answer to that is honestly no. There are some nice aircraft, like the A400s, or of course the Eurofighter, the F-22, and so on. But those are nice aircraft, but no. I think I prefer flying the civil jets. Skyside Films wants to see the external view. Here you go. And I'll just quickly start the deboarding. Let's see, are they opening the door now? They should. They certainly should be. No, apparently they aren't. Okay, then we've got to do that ourselves. Here we go. Alright, somebody wanted to see the landing FPM. Apparently 259 according to Sim Toolkit. Again, by the looks of it, it didn't look that hard, but let's get the full landing report and have a look. In which situation do we use control wheel steering instead of the autopilot? Basically in severe turbulence. That's the only situation where the use of control wheel steering is recommended. Apart from that, in manual flight, I've tried it a couple times, but I really don't like it. Do I prefer the Collins or the Honeywell FCU? It's called MCP in the Boeing mode control panel, but to be honest, I don't have a preference. Both are good in their own ways, but I don't have a preference. Oist. No, you can absolutely not figure out which airline I work for. Absolutely not. So, Matrosov is asking, is turning flight directors off on approach a matter of personal preference to build up a skill, or is it there for a technical reason? Actually, in real life, in my airline, it's prohibited to do it at all. Unless the flight director is not giving you a reliable indication. But as long as you have guidance available on the flight director, it's not allowed to turn it off. However, on the in the flight simulator here, I personally do it in order to keep my scanning skills. So my instrument scan skills. That's the word I was searching for. Again, it's late. And of course because I enjoy it. Brandon, will I be reading Skype after this? Yeah, I probably will. Kimmert wants to know the liveries of the 737. Let me see if I can do that. Operation Center. Now you are not going to see the screen. You have never seen this? So here we are. So for the 700 passengers, Aerolíneas Argentinas, Aeromexico, Alaska Airlines, All Nippon, Delta, Ethiopian, Gold Transportes Aéreos, KLM, Lucky Air, Lux Air, Olympic, twice even. Then of course Ryanair, Scandinavian, Smartwings, Southwest Airlines in several iterations, Sterling Airlines, 2 United Airlines with the old and the new livery, and Virgin Blue. Then going on into the Boeing business jet, we have the Boeing Demonstrator, which in my opinion is the nicest, Bobber Airways, First Virtual Air, Olympic Airways, twice, Private, TY Air, and Vulin Investment Corporation. And finally going on to the freighter, we have Alaska Airlines, Olympic and SpiceJet. So here's our landing report. Pretty much on the marker. Apparently 259 with 1.1 G. Well, I'll accept that it's on the marker, and even if it actually was 259 feet a minute, then yep. Well, to quote the flight crew training manual, the smoothness of a landing is no criterion for a good landing. Skyside Films, no, you didn't miss American Airlines. As far as I remember, American never had the 700, they only flew the 800. Is there a TUI livery? Asked by Brad. Well, there is no TUI livery included in the Ops Center, but there is TUI available by Steve Drabeck. So he will have the TUI livery available probably on release. Winsling is asking, what's the reason to set the MCP altitude plus 100 feet after landing? The reason is that it makes it very hard to confuse the altitude that's set on the MCP with the initial climb altitude on your next flight. So if there is 3100, for example, set, then you know for sure 100, that is not going to be what ATC is going to clear you. And therefore you just can't accidentally forget to set the new altitude. So let's hope I'm not missing a lot here. Which is your dream plane? I mean, which you want to fly or possibly drive, asked by Beluga. That's a very good question. So far the only airliner I've flown is the 737, 700 and 800. And I most certainly want to try out an Airbus to be able to give a good view. A good point of view if I'm being asked, but I don't really know, to be honest, which aircraft would be my absolute favorite to fly. I guess the personal favorite is always the one aircraft that you have that you're actually flying at the moment. Stalker Rico is asking, will PMDG improve the textures? They look like a horrific port. The textures you see on the livery are, as far as I'm aware, still work in progress and are dating a couple of months back, so they might not be as good as the final version. However, they are not a horrific port of P3D, they are actually quite a bit better. But I can imagine, since the stream is slightly downscaled in the resolution, that it might not look as good on the stream, but I do find them to look quite good. If you're doing the walk around, then yes, there is a little bit of stuff, a little pixelated at times. But yeah, well, if you're really going that close up, then yeah, you may find something. I do agree on that. But as Rather Be Flying is just saying, PMDG is still working on improving them. We'll just have to see how the final liveries are going to look like. What are your thoughts on lighting in the simulator? Well, it's good. It's still not like 100% correct. Well, correct in terms of 100% of what you see in real life. For example, if we are looking over to the airport here, in real life the light is scattering out a little bit more from all the light poles, so you do see the aprons a little bit better in real life. And the lighting of the aircraft is pretty good now. That certainly is. And somebody asked which app I'm using for the landing rate here. That is called Sim Toolkit Pro. And it's a freeware that's doing pretty much the same as other known tools like Volanta or Project Fly. Just, I like this one a little bit better. Arlind is asking how much the airplane is going to be. That's not been released yet by PMDG. Charlie 183, which thrust lever am I using now? I'm using the Thrustmaster Boeing thrust lever. It's good, but to be fair, I'm not 100% happy with it. I would like a little bit more range for the thrust levers to be able to set the thrust to an even more accurate level. Jan is asking, on the rollout there was an off-scale traffic flag on the navigation display. What does it mean? It means that there is traffic on the... there is traffic relevant to the TCAS, so that might cause a potential collision within 40 seconds. That's not currently shown on your navigation display. So the traffic is somewhere outside the range of your navigation display. That's what it means. Basically, there is an issue both with the Microsoft Flight Simulator default traffic as well as with vPilot that can cause airplanes to move very, very quickly when they spawn for a split second, and that can then cause the TCAS to trigger. That's something that Asobo still has to work on for a Microsoft Flight Simulator update. So, Stalker Rico, wheel textures, yes, they are going to be improved. Oist is asking, spoken about Microsoft Flight Simulator versus P3D in regards to flight model. I did not mention the Zibo mod. The truth is, the only time I can remember that I've flown the Zibo was at the Flight Simulator Weekend 2019. And I've just did a traffic pattern with it in virtual reality, so that was all new to me. And yeah, it was pretty nice, but to be honest, I don't have enough experience with the Zibo to compare it to the PMDG. So, Mikolai is asking if I can show the passenger cabin. Yes, absolutely. So, let's get that camera drone. And try to find where we are, even. Oh, here we are. So this is what the passenger cabin looks like right now. If you are shocked now that it's not looking that good, then PMDG has already announced that they are going to improve it quite a bit. So the passenger cabin is going to be remodeled for a future update. But this is what the passenger cabin is looking like right now. By the way, if anybody of you is wondering what these red flags in front of the windows are, okay, not enough detail down there yet to explain it really on the aircraft, but whenever the slide is armed, we're installing these red flags. So if somebody's approaching the aircraft from the outside and he sees the red flag across the window, that means the slide is armed. Do not open the door. And I do like that PMDG is implementing this kind of detail. Even though I would even prefer it if they made it possible to actually disarm the slides then, if they're already modeling parts of it. How do I find the ground handling in Microsoft Flight Simulator? In terms of the engine thrust, it's better. Alice Tube, no, it's not an FS98 cabin. No. It's an P3D version 3, maybe version 4 cabin, but not FS98. Let's be fair here. And yeah, PMDG said already that they're going to redo it. Okay, so back to the ground model. The acceleration, both with dual and single engine, is pretty good. The deceleration of the airplane with idle thrust is also pretty good. The tiller handling can need a little bit more smoothing out, but that's something that PMDG is still going to work on with future releases. Keep in mind, we're looking at about 6 months now until the 900 is released. So in these 6 months, the aircraft is going to continuously receive more updates. So if you're seeing the aircraft as it is right now, then keep in mind what Robert Randazzo said in one of the previews. They do release it as a kind of an early access. It's not early access in terms of there is so much still wrong with it. So it is a pretty solid release, like the previous PMDG releases. But there will be improvements. So yeah, the tiller will be one of those improvements, I'm sure. And the rest of the taxi model is pretty good. Will the Airbus Thrustmaster work with this aircraft? Yes, it certainly will. No FCOM QRH in this release, asked by Gabriel. Unfortunately not as far as I'm aware, unless something changes last minute, which I don't know. Where am I from? I'm from Germany, and I'm from the Ruhrpott. What are my PC specifications? I'm using an RTX 3080 Ti as a graphic card and an i9 9900K overclocked to 5.2 GHz, but it's mostly running on a 4.8 due to cooling issues. 32 gigabytes of RAM and Windows 10 Professional. So let's go up a little bit, see if there's any more questions I missed here. Am I allowed to say where I'm based? I could say it, but that would make it too easy for you to figure out my airline. So Dean is asking which other aircraft type I've flown in my professional lifespan. Again, the 737 NG is my first airliner, so the 700, the 800, and the simulated training for the MAX. And apart from that, I have not flown any other commercial aircraft. And if I have to think about my entire flying career, then you can add the Piper 34, the 44, the 28, the Cessna 172, Cessna 150, Aquila 210. Then going a little bit further back into the glider area, I've flown the Discus CS, the LS4 and the ASK 21. And I think I have 2 or 3 hours on the SF 25 Volker. Ah, Hauke, so it was you going ahead at the Eurowings. Very good. Ja, Marvin. Definitiv. Grüße in den Ruhrpott. Can you put a checklist out here for us to use or not? I can try to draw up a checklist, but we'll have to see on it, because the checklists I'm using in here are copyrighted from my company, so I don't know if I'm actually even allowed to redraw it. So, Emmanuel, will we be able to change the cockpit color since it's too blue, and can they add reflection to displays too? It seems NG3 doesn't have it. I disagree that it's too blue. However, the color that you are seeing at a certain point in time does vary pretty much depending on the outside conditions. So if you're anywhere near blue skies and blue water, then you are going to see a more bluish tone. But if we are changing into gray and rainy conditions, it's going to be more grayish. But overall, I think the gray tone is pretty spot on to the real aircraft. And regarding reflections on the displays, I think we've had this one in the PMDG forums, and no, there are currently not. No, there are currently no very strong reflections implemented, but that's exactly what Boeing designed the aircraft to be like. So I've seen those photos where you get those ultra strong reflections, but that's just not what the human eye does actually see on the displays. Of course, if you're holding the flash of your camera into it, then yes, of course you're going to see some reflections. But under normal conditions, like when light is shining in from the outside, I just don't remember seeing many reflections on the real airplane. And when this was brought up in the forum, we did discuss it, and we actually came to that same conclusion with a lot of other advisors as well. Did you find the pogo stick? No, I didn't. But I'm going to keep searching. I will find it eventually, and I will put a video up on it. So, Mikolai is asking, are you happy to be a pilot? Yes, most certainly. To be fair, being a pilot was, is, and probably will just stay my dream job. So, yes, I am very happy to be a pilot. Pilot Stream TV is asking, even though it's a sim without force feedback etc., but how is the flight model compared to the real regarding stability and required control inputs while hand flying? Yeah, it's pretty good in these points. Now, Microsoft Flight Simulator does lack turbulence caused by disturbance of the air close to the ground. So when you're watching real-life videos and you're seeing the pilots going all crazy on the control columns, first of all, in 50% of the cases, they could just let go of the control column and the airplane would still go straight. But in the remaining number of cases, in real life there is turbulence induced that is just missing from the simulator. So if the airplane appears to be more stable in the simulator, then that's because of that. But I still wouldn't say that it's flying on rails, no. So the famous on rails from P3D times is no longer there. So yeah, regarding stability, it's pretty good. It's reacting pretty similar, and I need similar amounts of trimming for flap extension, for speed brake extension, and so on. And the control inputs themselves, if I just look at the deflection of the control column in the virtual cockpit, I'd say it's pretty spot on as well. So Harry is asking, are you planning on ever flying bigger planes, for example these 777, 787, A350 or 747? Yes. But to be honest, in my experience in a professional pilot's career, things often don't come down to which airplane you want to fly, but it's more like which good job is available at the location you'd like to be, and then the airplane you're getting is just determined by that. So yes, I would definitely like to fly some bigger aircraft. The Airbus 330 and 350 are very high on my list that I'd like to try. But yeah, for now I'm happy on the 737 as well. So Finn is asking, is it artificial intelligence or real players in the background? They're real, since I have been flying on VATSIM and I'm still logged on VATSIM. Arne is asking if the frame rates are comparable with other aircraft like the fly-by-wire. They are better than the fly-by-wire, at least on my computer, and some other testers are reporting the same. The fly-by-wire on my system got some micro-lagging in it, which the 737 does not have, so I'd say maybe 1 or 2 frames more than the fly-by-wire, and you're not having the micro-lagging. I'd say they are comparable to the Aerosoft CRJ if you have that one. So, have I been scared of flying when I was a child? No, absolutely not. I don't remember the very first time I flew, but from the very first time I knew I wanted to be a pilot. So, no, I have never been afraid of flying. Roman is asking if I know at which time it will be available to buy. I don't know, but I'm guessing. So, based on my experience with past releases of the PMDG team, they mostly became available in the evening European time, so evening UTC around, or afternoon American time. But that's again just past experience. I don't know what it's actually going to be like on this very release. But I've seen this topic in the forums where people said like, so are you going to take Monday off at work? Honestly, I would recommend you to take Tuesday off, because on Monday the airplane is probably coming out rather late, and on Tuesday you'll have it all day long. So how did I get it earlier? Yes, as pointed out by Rather Be Flying and Gabriel, I'm a member of the PMDG tech team. And just something here that I want to explain while we're getting at it, what being a member of the tech team actually means. It does not mean that I'm being paid by PMDG. So I'm still just a volunteer. And the tech team basically is comparable to the beta team, but that it doesn't comprise of, let's say, genuine testers. I mean, genuine testers is not the right word for PMDG, no. They're all very, very good guys. All of them have a real aviation background. But they are not Boeing 737 pilots or engineers. And the tech team is the complement to the beta team, where the pilots and engineers are on. Have I tried it at lower realism settings? No, I haven't. And PMDG is actually not going to recommend to do that. Has math and physics been an important part in my studies on the way to become a pilot? To be honest, not so much. Because the mathematics you need for aviation is not the stuff that you... the mathematics you need in aviation is not the stuff that you have to... yeah, sorry. I've just tried to delete this stupid spam post there, which I apparently for some reason can't, so I'm sorry for that. So, mathematics and physics. The mathematics you need is about what we learn in the 6th grade in Germany in school. So that means it's basic stuff like... I'll give you an example here of a recent question I've had in an interview. So And yeah, my apologies for those who don't want to hear the word starting with C, but it was the original task. So you have 80 people being exposed to the coronavirus. 60% of them get sick, and 3/4 of those who get sick have a mild, only get ill mildly. How many people are actually getting seriously ill? So that's the kind of mathematics that you're being asked in airline interviews. And in the actual plane, you need to be able to determine some crosswind components and stuff, but that's all stuff that you know by heart after a couple of times. And physics, yeah, you need to have a good understanding of physics, but that doesn't mean that you have to be able to calculate how a nuke is working. So, Stalker Rico, can the screen resolution be improved? Well, that is a bit of a point. I tried earlier on to actually send it in the full 3800 something resolution, but my internet connection just wasn't fast enough to actually do that. That's why I had to scale it down to 1900 times 1200. Because the internet at the place I live is just too slow to stream it in full resolution. I'm sorry. How do I speak English so well when I'm German? Well, I started learning English when I was 5 years old, and I'm part of the VATSIM community for 12 or 14 years or something, mostly doing stuff in English. I'm watching English movies. I'm having a lot of non-German speaking colleagues at work whom I'm speaking exclusively in English to. And I've also been in the UK for 8 months during my flight training. So, what is the most serious emergency I've dealt with in the air? Well, honestly, I haven't had a single emergency yet. If we're talking about non-normal situations, then there has been a day where I've been a pretty young first officer having around 500 hours-ish, and I got paired with a captain who's been doing his very first flight after his command upgrade training. So, rather inexperienced first officer with a very new captain. And we did 4 sectors, and on the 4th sector we've been at an altitude, at an airport that was located at a rather high altitude, and it was pretty hot. It was actually an airport in Spain, in the north of Spain. So we had hot and high conditions. We had to depart with full engine thrust, and we've been working for 10 hours already by that time. And then on the climb out we got the fuel filter bypass light coming on at about 4,000 feet in the climb. And at that point the QRH was not a great help. All it said was, the engine might fail, checklist complete. So we were like, oh, that's very reassuring. Thank you very much, Boeing. Thank you very much indeed. But the engine kept running. We did the normal climb out. Of course, you can imagine how we've sat there in that flight deck, looking for airports, staring at the N1 gauge, at the fuel flow gauge to make sure that everything is still working. And then when we reached the top of climb and the thrust reduced, the fuel filter bypass light extinguished again and everything returned to normal. But for the rest of that flight, we've been sitting there with our destination map from the airline, looking for an alternate to divert to for the entire rest of the flight. So that's my most serious emergency. I've had a few cases as well where passenger felt unwell, but it's never been that severe that we even had to declare a pan-pan for that. We could always just land normally and then have the passenger collected with an ambulance at the gate. Alright, so as far as I can see, that's all questions for now, and I've actually streamed half an hour longer already than I planned to. So, thank you very much for watching my first screen. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I'm really looking forward to deliver more videos to you. And now that Hazan X07 is just asking how he can support me, if you look in my channel, you can find a Buy Me a Coffee link, or you can also find a Patreon link if you really love my videos, but that's more than I can ask. So if you really want to support me, just click on that Buy Me a Coffee link, and there you can make a small donation. I can promise that all the money on that is going to go right back into the channel for purchasing new sceneries and stuff that I'm going to show you on my simulator. So, thank you very much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to see you again on the next one. When that's going to be, I can't tell yet, because from tomorrow on I have 6 days of flying on late duty. So that means, unfortunately, no further... that unfortunately means no further live streams or VATSIM videos for the next 6 days. Thereafter we'll have to see whenever I can find a good event. I'll try to set something up. And I'm really looking forward to see your feedback on the format of the live stream as well, and how I managed to run this. So, thank you very much. Looking forward to your feedback. Please post it under the live stream. I will make it live as soon as YouTube has processed it. I don't know how long that's gonna take. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very good night. And looking forward to see you on Monday in the virtual skies on